Holstein exhibitors, it's just about 9 a.m. Bring in your spring heifer calves. Holstein spring heifer calves to the ring. Carol Murray. Carol Murray, please come to the announcer stand. Ladies and gentlemen of the ringside, on behalf of the Maryland State Fair and Agriculture Society, its officers and directors, the Maryland Holstein Association, its officers and directors, welcome to the 2023 edition of the Black and White Holstein Show here at the Maryland State Fair. The class in the ring now are our spring heifer calves. We will be showing approximately 125 to 50 Holsteins here this morning and this afternoon. And later on today, we will have our Ayrshire and Guernsey shows. Also, they will be in the east end of the arena. And approximately 4 o'clock, we will select our Supreme Champion bred and owned, and finally, our Supreme Champion dairy cow of our 2023 Maryland State Fair. Our judge, Mr. Joe Nash from New York, has officiated yesterday and is judging our Holsteins today. Joe is formerly from Kentucky, where he grew up working on various dairy farms there, developing many show and high sale toppers. For many years, he was one of the leading fitters throughout the East Coast. Joe has judging experience at many local, state, and national shows, including the All-American Jersey Jug and the All-American Open Show in Harrisburg, as well as the New York Spring Dairy Carousel. We're very happy and pleased to have Mr. Nash with us today to tie the ribbons. And as I mentioned, what you see in the ring now are our entries in our spring heifer calves. These calves are approximately 5.5 to 6 months old, being born most in March of this year. We hope you enjoy your day at the fair and welcome you to all of the various exhibits and attractions that we have here. We have over 30,000 individual exhibits. Holstein herdsmen in the barn can be getting your winter heifer calves ready to be brought to the ring in a few minutes. Winter heifer calves in several minutes can be brought to the ringside. winter heifer calves to the ringside, please.
Good morning. I'm excited to be back here again today judging your Holstein show, and certainly not disappointing right off the bat this morning. What an excellent group of spring calves here in your Holstein show. Our first place heifer, she comes in the ring, you watch her walk from that 3/4 view, and you love the head and neck and the chine and the front end on her, and you watch her walk from the side. The heifer that's so fluent in her movement. She has the advantage today to just being a little nicer in her chine, a little stronger through that chine, a little more extension to her head and neck, a little more lift to her front end. With close placing between her and the second place heifer. The second place heifer has the advantage over the third place heifer. Just handles a little nicer on her rear legs. Just walking a little straighter today. The third place over the fourth place heifer, it's just a little bit deeper, has a little more mass to her today. It's a little bit of a stronger heifer. The fourth place over the fifth place has the advantage, just being a little cleaner in her hide today, having a little more openness to her rib design. In the fifth place heifer, it looks like she'll continue to get better through the fall. You love the correctness and the length she has, but a great class. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. We're ready for Holstein winter heifer calves. Holstein winter heifer calves to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen of the ringside, those of you who might be marking your programs, the special award for the spring heifer calf was presented by Wayne and Cindy Savage and family on behalf of Savage Leaf Farm to the first place entry number 437, Genesee Altitude Leah. She's sired by Farmier Altitude, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland, and Aaron Eaton. Second was entry number 446, Mrs. Lambda Spritzer, exhibited by Kayla Numble of Clear Spring, Maryland. Third and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor was entry 447, Peace and Plenty Foot Juby 192, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Entry 440 was fourth, Ducat Tattoo Lara, exhibited by Matt Hallbaker of Interstate Heifer Care in Clear Spring, Maryland. Fifth to entry 441, Vossman Summer Clarice, exhibited by Norman Voss of Vossman Farm in Clayton, Delaware. Entry 438, Peace and Plenty Hank Juby 262, was sixth, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Entry number 444 was seventh, Kleindell Sidekick Elisa, exhibited by Matt Hallbaker of Interstate Heifer Care in Clear Spring, Maryland, Chris and Jen Hill, Phil Top, and Jay Ackley. Eighth was entry 434, Dialed In Chief DeDjango, exhibited by Gina Lenhart of Dialed In Dairy in Thurmont, Maryland. Entry 432 was ninth, Peace and Plenty Foot Juby 193, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Entry 436, Mrs. A.L. Roses Are Red, was 10th, exhibited by Lindsay Smith of Holland View in Calora, Maryland. Entry 442, Oakfield Footprint Alley, exhibited by Daniel Yorton of Linkwood, Maryland, was 11th. Entry 443 was 12th, Skip R.C. Wickman Vogue, exhibited by Josh Skipton and Hannah Smith of Jefferson, Maryland. Entry 439, Rockhart T.S. Java Chip, exhibited by Kevin Earhart of Earhart Holsteins and Jerseys of Baldwin, Maryland, was 13th. Entry 466, Jim Rum Chatta, exhibited by Chase Savage and Tom McCuro, was 14th. 15th was entry 445, Woodrose Hancock Haven, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Beginning at the first page of spring heifer calves, entry 427 was 20th, 429 was 16th, 430 was 17th, 432 was 9th, 434 was 8th, 435 was 18th, 436 was 10th, 437 Genesee Altitude Leah, exhibited by Walton and Yeager and Aaron Eaton, was first. 438 was 6th, 439 was 13th, 440 was 4th, 441 was 5th, 442 was 11th, 443 was 12th, 444 was 7th. The top of the third page, a substitution brought up from another class, entry 466 was 14th, Entry 445 was 15th. 446, exhibited by Caitlin Humble, was second. 447 was third and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. 996 was 21st, and 997 was 19th. Winter heifer calves are in the ring now. Holstein exhibitors in the barn, herdsmen can be getting your fall heifer calves to the ringside. Holstein fall heifer calves can be starting to come to the ringside.
Another great class of heifers out here with their winter calves. Our first place heifer, a heifer that not the most extreme heifer out here today, but she is the most correct. You watch her walk in the ring, a heifer that's so feminine, so dairy, has so much natural flow through her head and neck. She has advantage over the second place heifer, just having a little more natural head carriage, a little more extension to the neck. I prefer the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, not to take anything away from her second place heifer, a heifer you love the rib structure on. Heifer so open. She has advantage over the third place heifer, just having a little more of a natural drape to her rib, a little bit more of a backward slant coming out of the chine, just a little stronger through the crops today. The third place heifer walks out very straight on her rear leg. She's very wide on the floor of her chest. She's his advantage of just having a little more spring to her rib structure, being a little more solid over her top line to go over the fourth place heifer. The fourth place heifer I moved up there at the end. Prefer the thorough placement and levelness over her rump to go over the heifer coming out here in fifth. The heifer in fifth, the heifer you love from the hooks forward that has so much length, so much extension. You just want to change her thorough placement, but a great class of calves. Congratulations.
Fall heifer calves, please. Holstein fall heifer calves to the ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you marking your program, the special award in the Winter Heifer Calf class was presented by Dan Hollingsworth and family. And the recipient is entry 476, Peace and Plenty Thunderstruck Jubas Wes, sired by OCD Thunderstruck, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms and Chloe Miller of Union Bridge, Maryland. Second is entry 471, Pheasant Echoes Jagger Quite, exhibited by Blaine Edwards and Byron Stamball of Pheasant Echoes Farm in Westminster, Maryland. Third is entry 459, United Way Chief Berkeley, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Entry 475 is fourth, Peace and Plenty Master Juby 261, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Entry 464 is fifth, Woodbine Season of Wonder, exhibited by Tricia Boyce of Woodbine Farms in Easton, Maryland. Entry 458 is sixth, King's Ransom CRS Crush It, exhibited by Brian Smith of Sudlersville, Maryland. Seventh is entry 456, Crave Dorman Jovi, exhibited by Matt Hallbaker, Tim Abbott, Chad Humble of Interstate Heifer Care in Clear Spring, Maryland. Entry 1004, a substitution brought up from another class, Siren's Attitude Salty, exhibited by Michael Yeager of Bulldog Holsteins. Ninth to entry 455, Vossman Unstopped Trina, exhibited by Norman Voss of Vossman Farm in Clayton, Delaware. Tenth was entry 993, Derwin Amos Mischief, exhibited by Michaela Durr and Dusty Durr of New Windsor, Maryland. Beginning at the top of the class, class 2, 448 was scratched. 452 was 18th. 455 was 9th. 456 was 7th, 457 was scratched, 458 was 6th, 459 was 3rd, 461 was 16th, 464 was 5th, 467 was 17th, 468 was 11th, 470 was 15th, 471 was 2nd, 474 was 12th, 475 was 4th, 476, Peace and Plenty Thunderstruck Jubas, exhibited by Peace and Plenty, was 1st, 525 was 14th, a substitution 1004 was 8th, and 993 was 10th. In the ring now are fall heifer calf entries. ladies and gentlemen on the ringside, we've been very happy and privileged to have several young ladies assisting us here at the dairy ring all during the week, and I'm sure they'll continue during the 4-H FFA week this weekend. Our Maryland Dairy Princess, Miss Morgan Osborne Watley. She has been assisted by our South Central Princess Layla Shepard and the Upper Chesapeake region Katie Jones. Ladies, thank you very much. Stand up and let's give them a nice round of applause as they present whole milk and dairy products throughout their reign. ladies and gentlemen, on the ringside, we've been very fortunate here the past couple of years, and particularly during the show here. Our dairy shows and livestock shows have been streamed. If you go to MarylandStateFair.com/live, you can view what's going on in here. As long as you have a computer or you have a smartphone. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to present that to you all. Urge people in the barn can be getting your summer yearling heifers to the ringside. Holstein summer yearlings to the ringside, please.
Another great class of heifers in our fall calf class. Our first place heifer comes to the front rather handedly. A heifer so ready today. She's so long, she's so clean, she's so dairy. She's going to use that cleanliness to her hide and the dairiness over her rib structure and back to her pins to go over the second place heifer. The second place heifer, a heifer you love the midsection on, the openness to her rib. She's going to use that drop to her midsection and that fullness to her rib structure to go over to third place heifer. The third place heifer, it's structurally very correct. She uses the correctness of her thorough placements to go over the fourth place heifer. The fourth place heifer you just want to raise in her thoroughs a little bit, but you love the front end, the length. She's going to use that length from end to end to go over the heifer coming out here in fifth. The fifth place heifer, a heifer that very correct, very stylish. Just wish there's a little bit more of her to get above the heifers today. Congratulations.
Summer yearling Holstein heifers in the ring, please. Summer yearlings to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringside, those of you who are marking your programs, a special award for the Holstein Fall Heifer Calf was made available by My Lady's Manor Farm. Entry 1003. A substitution, Miley Warrior Galore, sired by Mr. Blondin Warrior, exhibited by Jesse Lee Muse, was first and the recipient of the special award. Second was entry 480, Peace and Plenty Master Juby 290. Highest animal bred and owned in placing in class, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Third was entry 487, Oakfield Sherwood Destiny, exhibited by Michael Yeager of Bulldog Holsteins in Frederick, Maryland. Entry 495 was fourth, Borderview Sidekick Holly, exhibited by Abbott and Hallbaker of Interstate Heifer Care in Clear Spring, Maryland. Entry 482 was fifth, Miss Goldwyn Fanta, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Entry 496 was sixth, Mrs. Catch Tractor Karina, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Entry 490 was seventh, Peace and Plenty Sea Royal Ruba Romy, exhibited by Peace and Plenty of Union Bridge, Maryland. Eighth was entry 497, Tattoo Blanca, exhibited by Brian Smith of Sudlersville, Maryland. Ninth to entry 491, Knobview Movin' Kiki, exhibited by Richard Kepler and Carly Knoll of Knobview in Woodsboro, Maryland. Entry 484 was 10th, TTM Luster Benoit, exhibited by Mercurio Farms LLC of Woodsboro, Maryland. Beginning at the top of the class, entry 480 was second and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor. Entry 481 was 13th, 482 was 5th, 483 was 12th, 484 was 10th, 486 was 14th. Entry 1003, Miley Warrior Galore, was first, exhibited by Jesse Lee Muse. Entry 487 was third, 490 was seventh, 491 was ninth, scratch 494, 495 was fourth, 496 was sixth, 497 was eighth, 498 was scratched. Beginning of page 8, 901 was 11th, and 999 was scratched. In the ring now are summer yearling heifers. Holstein spring yearlings to the ringside. Holstein spring yearlings, please.
In the summer yearling class, it's a close placing between his first two heifers, first couple heifers, but the first place heifer for me just a little wider today, a little more open, a little more angular. The second place heifer, you love the hardness over her top line, the sharpness over her shoulder. She uses that advantage to go over the third place heifer. The third place heifer, you admire the width to her front end, the width over her rump, the openness and dairyness. Today she's just a little cleaner in her hide, a little more dairy through that head and neck to go over the fourth place heifer. The fourth place heifer, a heifer that you really admire the depth to her rib structure, like the heifer above her there. She's going to use that to her advantage over the fifth place heifer, just having more drop to her forerib and being a little fuller in her flank today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. We're now ready for your spring yearlings in the ring. Holstein spring yearlings, please. Spring yearlings, bring your spring yearlings into the ring, please. The summer yearling heifer class that just left the ring, the first place heifer was a recipient of a special award presented by the Frederick County Holstein Association to entry number 504. Peace and Plenty Hannah's Juby 231. Starred by Seamer's Exec Hannah's 31753. Exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Second was entry 511, Welk Crest Warrior Checkers. Exhibited by Kyle Welk of Welk Crest Holsteins in Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania. Third was entry 506, Peace and Plenty Hannah's Jamies, exhibited by Davis Schwartzbeck and Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Fourth were entry 500, Oakfield Master Margot, exhibited by Michael Yeager of Bulldog Holsteins in Frederick, Maryland. Entry number 514 was fifth, Dialed In Armani Dawn, exhibited by Brian Smith of Sudlersville, Maryland. Sixth was a substitution brought up from another class, entry 498, Maryland Millstone Synergy Gia, exhibited by Delaney Smith. Seventh was entry 509, Sandhaven, Coney Island, exhibited by Josh Sanders of Sandhaven in Littlestown, Pennsylvania. Eighth to entry 507, Sandhaven Lambda Laney, also exhibited by Sandhaven in Littlestown, Pennsylvania. Ninth to entry 512, KC Blue Star Doc Maggie, exhibited by Boone Ford and Kevin Ford of Blue Star Farm in Whitehall, Maryland. Beginning at the top of the page, entry 500 was fourth, scratch 501. 504 was first and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor, Peace and Plenty Hannah Juby 231, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Scratch 505. 506 was third. Brought up from a fall calf class, entry 498 was sixth. 507 was eighth. 509 was seventh. 511 was second. 512 was ninth, and 514 was fifth. Spring yearling heifers are now in the ring. Holstein exhibitors in the barn, herds people, you may bring your winter yearlings to the ringside. Holstein winter yearlings to the ringside.
In our spring yearling class, we got a heifer that comes to the front of the top rather easily for me. Heifer looks like she's the first one to the feed bunk and the last one to leave, and also stays dairy while she's doing that. The heifer, you love the spring to her rib structure, the openness, the dairiness, the strength she has. She's going to use her overall mass of that spring design to go over the second place heifer. The heifer in second, feel like she carries the same pattern as our first place heifer in having that openness and dairiness. Just a little more distance between her ribs today than this third place heifer. The heifer in third, I moved her up there in the lineup. I like her more and more the longer she's out here. You love the length to her, the width. She's going to use that overall length and also a little more stature to go over the fourth place heifer. The heifer in fourth, you love the correctness, just wish there's a little bit more of her today to move her on up. She has the advantage over the red heifer coming out here in fourth, or here in fifth. Just having a little more front end, having a little more spring to her rib structure. The heifer in fifth has advantage over the heifer in sixth. Just handling on her rear legs a little nicer and having a little more drop to her rear rib. Congratulations.
Holstein exhibitors, we're ready for your winter yearlings. There is only 2 in the class, so you can be bringing your fall yearling heifers to the ringside. Winter yearlings, there are only 2 in the class, so bring fall yearling heifers to the ringside. Completion of our fall yearlings, we will then select our junior and reserve junior champions respectively. Winter yearlings in the ring, fall yearlings to the ringside. The spring yearling heifer class that just left the ring, the Carroll County Holstein Association presented the special award to entry 526 Peace and Plenty Tattoo Julian, sired by Ducat Crush Tattoo, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkerville, Maryland, Walton, and Yeager. Second and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class is entry 523, Pheasant Echoes Boom General, exhibited by Blaine Edwards and Brian Stamball of Pheasant Echoes Farm in Westminster, Maryland. Third to entry 522, Ray Rob Hanna's Lindale, exhibited by Caitlin Chrisman of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry 524, Burntwood Dorman Desperado, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Fifth was entry 994, Derwin Jordy Maurice, exhibited by Derwin Farm of New Windsor, Maryland. Sixth was entry 519, Windsor Manor Harper, exhibited by Kelsey Zepp, Windsor Manor in New Windsor, Maryland. Seventh was entry 527, University of Maryland Hancock Halo, exhibited by the University of Maryland, Ellicott City, Maryland. Eighth to entry 518, KC Blue Star Doc Melly, exhibited by Moxley Ford of Blue Star Farm in Whitehall, Maryland. Ninth to entry 517, On the Edge Antonella, exhibited by Sage Grosseal, Matthew Eggen, and Sidney Grossnickel of Union Bridge, Maryland. 10th to entry 516, Savagely Lambeau Shea, exhibited by Blue Star Farm of Whitehall, Maryland.
Just the 2 entries in our winter yearling class. Our first place heifer, she comes to the front of the class, just being longer through that front end, having a little more rise to that front end. When you look at from her shoulders back through her crops and her chine, just has more lift and more stretch. Congratulations, two very nice heifers.
Fall yearlings, please. And upon the completion of the fall yearling class, we will select our junior and reserve junior champion. So if you have the first or second individual class winners in those junior classes, you may be making your way to the ringside, please. The first place winter yearling heifer was the receipt of the Windsor Manor Farm Award presented by the Myers family. 2 entry 530, Mrs. Tang Alligator Alabay, sired by Stanton's Alligator, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View Farm in Walkersville, Maryland. Second, new entry 529, North Effect Anna Paxton, exhibited by Caitlin Moser, Thurmont, Maryland, and Alex Glenhart. Fall yearling heifers in the ring. herdsmen in the barn, Holstein herdsmen, please be bringing your first and second place junior female class winners to the ringside.
Our fall yearling class, the first place heifer, maybe not the longest heifer in the class, but I feel like she's the most correct. I love her fore and rear rib. She has that advantage over her second place heifer. I also prefer the thorough placement on the first place heifer. Second place heifer over the third place heifer, just holding her loin a little nicer. When you look at her on the floor of her chest, she's also a little bit wider. The third place heifer over the fourth place heifer, just a little longer in her frame. You get back to her pin, she's just showing a little more width for me. Fourth place heifer over the fifth place heifer, just a little cleaner in her front end, just a little deeper in that fore rib. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. We're now ready to have our lineup to select our junior and reserve junior champions of our Holstein show here at the Maryland State Fair in 2023. The results of the Holstein fall yearling class that just left the ring. Entry 532 was first. Apple's Edge Undenied Lacey, starred by Our Favorite Undenied, exhibited by Dana Frank of Woodsboro, Maryland. First in class and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor. Second to entry 533, North Effect J. Cougar, exhibited by Caitlin Moser and Alex Lenhart, Thurmont, Maryland. Third to entry 537, Pheasant Echoes Boom Powell, exhibited by J.C. Miller of Pheasant Echoes Farm in Westminster, Maryland. Fourth to entry 538, Mrs. Borderview Select Izzy, exhibited by Megan Browning of Bronside Farms in Finksburg, Maryland. Fifth to entry 535, University of Maryland Hanford Harlow, exhibited by the University of Maryland, Ellicott City, Maryland. Coming in the ring now are our respective class winners and runners-up in our junior Holstein female classes, from which our judge, Mr. Joe Nash, will select our junior and reserve junior champion respectively. Ladies and gentlemen of the ringside, those of you who may have just joined us, welcome to our 2023 edition of the Holstein Dairy Cattle Show here in the Cow Palace Arena. The animals that in the ring at the present time are the first place and runner-ups in each of the individual 7 classes that are represented here. Our judge, Mr. Joe Nash from New York, will select his junior and reserve junior champions of our show. Then we will move into our milking classes. In between the selection of our junior champion and reserve will be junior best 3 females, and then we will begin our milking classes and continue to the conclusion and finally the culmination of our grand and reserve grand champions of our show. And may I remind you all, at approximately 4 o'clock, hopefully close to 4 as possible, in this arena we will select the supreme champion dairy cow of our show of all breeds, as well as our supreme champion bred and owned animal of our shows.
What a great heifer show. Back when I was clipping quite a bit, I never had the opportunity to come work the Maryland State Fair, but I always follow along. Always appreciated looking at the quality there on the when looking at the results over the years. And then you go to other shows like World Dairy Expo, Harrisburg, any of those national shows, that those Maryland heifers are right up there at the top. So if you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I pulled out 4 heifers. Heifers that are my kind. They're long, they're feminine, they're open, they're deep. They move good. I pulled out her first place spring calf. A heifer that's so pretty through her head and neck. You love the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, the strength through her chine. The heifer straight as a string. I pulled out her first place winter calf. A heifer, you love the youthfulness of that head and neck, the length to it, the femininity. A heifer that I think is going to continue to develop. throughout the year and next year and make a great yearling and a great cow. And I pulled out her first place fall calf. Heifer's so extreme in her rib design, hard over her top line, so open all the way through her frame. Now I pulled out her first place spring yearling. Heifer, you talk about dairy strength. She's so wide, she's so deep, has so much spring to her rib. Heifer that really looks like an easy keeper, and when you take care of cattle, you can really appreciate that. But I'm going to go out and give them one last look, make my decision, and congratulate our junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and come back and give reasons. Never in my life I think I'd come to the Maryland State Fair and make a spring calf junior champion, but I don't think I can come to the Maryland State Fair and say, this calf winds me up, just like Michael would say. For me, she has the advantage over her fall calf, just a little more freedom of movement through her thurl, and just placed a little nicer. And because of that, she places her rear leg just a little more fluently. Not to take anything away from this fall calf, a heifer that love the straightness over her top line. She just holding her top a little bit nicer today, and just a little bit nicer stride in this spring yearling. But three great heifers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our winners. We will make the announcement in just a second. However, exhibitors can be getting your junior best three females ready to be brought to the ringside. Bring them to the ringside, actually. Our junior champion, entry number 437, Genesee Altitude Leah, sired by Farncar Altitude out of Genesee Delta Lambda, exhibited by Glamourview Farm, Walton and Yeager and Aaron Eaton, and the recipient of the junior champion trophy presented by Maple Lawn Farms in memory of Ellsworth and Elizabeth Yeager. Our reserve junior champion is entry 1003, Miley Warrior Galore, sired by Mr. Blondin Warrior out of Miley Addiction Glad, exhibited by Jessica Muse of North Carolina. She is a recipient of the special award presented by Cold Springs Farm, Matt Huff and family, to our reserve junior champion Holstein heifer. Our honorable mention junior champion was entry 526, Peace and Plenty Tattoo Julian, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview Farm in Walkersville, Maryland. The best Maryland bred and owned junior female was entry was entry 476, Peace and Plenty Thunderstruck Jubies, exhibited by Chloe Miller and Peace and Plenty Farm of Union Bridge, Maryland. Recipient of the special award, presented on behalf of Peace and Plenty Farms. We're now ready for your Holstein Junior Best 3 Females. Holstein herds within the barn. Our Junior Best 3 Females are about complete. Our milking fall yearling class will follow. There are only 2 entries. So milking fall yearlings and junior 2-year-olds can be headed to the ring side.
We got 4 real nice groups out here for Junior Best 3, and you look all the way down the line at these groups. There's heifers out here that every one of them looks like are going to make a great cow. And it sure does get you excited for the cow show coming up next. But that being said, our first place group has the advantage, just having a little more front end today, being a little harder over their top line as a group. Second place group over the third place group, just showing a little more maturity today. It's a little more depth of rib. Then the third place group over the fourth place group, just a little bit more dairy character for me, a little more open in the rib structure. Congratulations.
Milking fall yearlings, please. Results of our Junior Best 3 Females and the recipient of the special award presented by Pheasant Echoes in memory of Julie Stamball. First was entry Peace, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farm of Union Bridge. Second to Pheasant Echoes. Third to Derwin. And the fourth Junior Best 3 Females was exhibited by the University of Maryland. As previously mentioned, there are only 2 entries in the milking fall yearling class. So please bring your junior 2-year-olds to the ringside. Well, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the Cow Palace, all you exhibitors and so forth, we'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the exhibitors as well as the Maryland State Fair. And there are 28 Maryland breeders and businesses that have came to sponsor coverage of all the dairy breed shows on Cosmopolitan. Without these 28 breeders and others' support, it would not be possible. And also, there will be a meal which will take place this evening at 6 p.m. in the north end of the Cow Palace in one of the aisles. Please, all you exhibitors and friends, owners, take a look at the complete list of sponsors on the banners. Those banners that you see on the inside of the ring are those representatives of some of them who have made this possible. Without their support, it would not be possible. Once again, to all you exhibitors, join your fellow exhibitors this evening at approximately 6 o'clock. All youth, open, and dairy exhibitors are welcome.
Two real nice milking yearlings to start out a cow show. Our first place cow for me, just a little harder over her top line, a little more stylish. She's out on the move and you get to her udder. Just a little more fullness to her udder, just a little snugger in her udder attachments, not to take anything away from second place cow. She let the veining to her udder. Congratulations.
Our fall yearlings are just leaving the ring. Recipient of the Washington County Dairy Club Special Award, presented to entry 546. Sicey Sidekick Annis, started by a Walnut Long Sidekick, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Lemmerview and Walkersville, Maryland. Second to entry 548. Locust Air Doc Azalea, exhibited by Emily Fritz, Good Friday Farm in Westminster, Maryland. Holstein Junior 2-year-olds coming in the ring. Junior 2-year-olds in the ring. Junior 2-year-old.
I thought that more were gonna come in like straight away, but none did. So I just made my own cutaway.
Junior 2-year-olds in the ring, please. Lenhard, Earhart, Kepler, and Skipton. We're waiting on you guys. Junior 2-year-olds. Holstein herdsmen in the barn. Our junior 2-year-olds are in the ring now. They'll be followed by the summer 2-year-olds. We only have 2 entries in the summer 2-year-old class. So those of you who have senior 2-year-olds, keep that in mind, as it won't be very long between the summer 2-year-old class and your senior 2s. Holstein exhibitors, summer 2-year-olds to the ringside. Summer 2-year-olds to the ringside.
We have 4 really nice junior 2-year-olds out here. That being said, our first place cow comes to the front of the line rather easily for me. A cow puts it all together. Love the femininity, the balance to her frame, the dairy strength, the spring to her rib. And when you get to her udder, she's the best udder cow in the class. I prefer the base of her teeth over the cow coming out in second. I also prefer the femininity to that head and neck. Second over third, it's a close placing. When you look at them, view them from the side, I prefer the second place over the third place. On the base of her fore udder, I feel like it blends just a little nicer, a little more level on the floor of her udder. Also, when you get behind them, I feel like she's just a little bit deeper in her crease at the bottom of her udder. Not to take anything away from her third place cow, she is just a little more feminine today. Third over fourth, just a little more volume, just a little more quality to her udder. But 4 nice cows, congratulations.
Cut wide.
We're now ready for your summer 2-year-olds. Results of the junior 2-year-old class that just left the ring. Recipient of the special award, the first place junior 2-year-old entry 554, Peace and Plenty Ski Juby 37, sired by Walnut Long Sidekick, exhibited by Bristol and Kevin Earhart of Earhart Holsteins and Jerseys in Baldwin, Maryland. Second, who entered 555, Montu D. Lambda, Kansas. Highest animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class, exhibited by Carly Knoll and Richard Kepler of Knob-New in Woodsboro, Maryland. Third, who entered 551, Miss Tender's Temptation, exhibited by Andrew Linhart, Gina Linhart, Jamie Black, Thurmont, Maryland. Fourth, entry number 556, Skip High Octane Fanta, exhibited by Josh Skipton of Jefferson, Maryland. We get the ring now are our summer 2-year-olds. In the junior 2-year-old class, entry 550 is moved from class 14 to class 15. Entry 550 moved to class 15 summer junior 2-year-olds, which are coming in the ring.
Yeah, let's go. He can step in it pretty much.
Holstein senior 2-year-olds can be brought to the ringside, as we only have 2 entries in the ring at the current time, our summer 2-year-olds.
High Street? Yeah.
Two excellent cows out here in your summer junior 2-year-old class. The first place cow, just a little longer, cleaner through that head and neck, a little more stretch to it. When you get to her frame and her udder, she's just a little more of a symmetrical cow for me today. Cow super square in her frame. You love the length and tightness of her udder attachments, and just showing a little more quality. But congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. We're now ready for your Holstein senior 2-year-olds. Results of the summer 2-year-old class that just left the ring. The special award was presented on behalf of Oceana Holsteins to our first place entry number 550, brought up from class 14. Geography Door Giggle, starred by Val Bizard Dorman, exhibited by Lammerview, Walton, and Yeager of Walkersville, Maryland. Second was entry 552, Good Intent Master Copy, exhibited by Byron Stamball of Pheasant Echoes in Westminster, Maryland. And entry 559 was scratched. Once again, entry 550 from class 14. Geography Door Giggle, exhibited known by Glamourview, was first, and entry 552 was second. Entering the ring now will be our senior 2-year-olds.
Seen her, I think she showed cows last year or 2 years ago. And she's familiar to me.
Holstein herdsman, may I remind you that we do select an intermediate champion upon the conclusion of our senior 3-year-olds, so kind of keep that in mind. Down on the ringside, if you just joined us, once again, this is our Holstein Dairy Cattle Show here at the Cow Palace.
Their speakers getting quieter and quieter.
Midst of our milking classes. In the ring now are our senior 2-year-olds in milk.
Do they keep their judge to show up?
Holstein senior 2-year-olds, we are waiting for you. Senior 2-year-olds. We only have 2 in the ring, and we should have 4 or 5. Holstein senior 2-year-olds. last call, senior 2-year-olds. Running and stand ball will wait for 2-year-olds. Senior 2-year-olds, running and stand ball.
Just kick them out. Ooh. Let's go. Kick him out of here.
Okay, we have no more senior 2-year-olds. On the conclusion of this class of 2, we will proceed with junior 3-year-olds.
Just the 2 senior 2s, but you love the quality of both cows and excellent memory system. Our first place cow has the advantage just being a little more crisp in her frame, a little more dairy for me today when you look over her rib structure. Also prefer the levelness over her rump and the way her thurls are positioned. When you get down to her udder, just a little bit more of a snugger udder for me, a little more flex to the hock. Not to take anything away from the second place cow. You love the length and the depth of her body and the veining to her udder. 2 very nice cows. Congratulations.
We're now ready for our Holstein junior 3-year-olds. The first place senior 2-year-old, recipient of the special award presented by the Harrison family of Maryland Dunlophin Farm, to our first place Holstein senior 2-year-old, entry 562. CVF Alligator Lockdown, sired by Stanton's Alligator, exhibited by Walton and Yeager and Aaron Eaton of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Second was entry 565, Dialed In Diamond Django, exhibited by Andrew Leonard and Gina Leonhardt of Dialed In Dairy in Thurmont, Maryland. Entries 564 was scratched and entry 566 was scratched. Coming in the ring now are our Holstein junior 3-year-old cows. Ayrshire exhibitors in the barn. We will begin your show in approximately 10 minutes with spring heifer calves. You will be entering the show arena via the center aisle and exiting the center aisle. You will be in the east end of the show ring. Ayrshire exhibitors with spring heifer calves in 10 minutes.
true.
In our junior 3-year-old class, we have 4 very different cows out here, but certainly 4 really nice cows in their own right. Our first place cow, the cow's not the biggest cow in the class, but what she doesn't have in size there certainly makes up for in dairiness and quality. She's our best udder cow in the class. You love the angularity of the dairiness. You love the quality to her udder, the veining, the height and width, and the depth of her crease. She uses the sharpness to her front end to go over the second place cow and also the quality to her memory system. The second place cow over the third place cow, for me, she's just a little longer in her fore-udder and attached a little nicer in her fore-udder. Also has a little more spring to her midsection and a little more quality to her udder. The third place cow over the fourth place cow, and when it comes to the cows that are probably the 2 most similar cows in the class, but comes down to the rear udder for me. I feel like the third place cow is just a little wider at the top and also showing me a little more symmetry to her rear udder today. And congratulations.
We're now ready for your Holstein senior 3-year-olds. And as previously mentioned, upon the conclusion of the senior 3-year-olds, we will select our intermediate and reserve intermediate champions. Ayrshire exhibitors will be ready for your spring heifer calves as you bring them to the ringside. The special award for the first place junior 3-year-old was presented by the Gary Browning family of Bronside Farms to entry number 576. Kimmel Way Goldwyn Thursday, sired by Braydell Goldwyn, exhibited by Andrew and Gina Lenhart of Dialed-In Dairy in Thurmont, Maryland. Second and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor was entry 969, Pheasant Echo's CEO TikTok, exhibited by Rayleigh Stamball of Pheasant Echoes in Westminster, Maryland. Third, entry 577, Arkflow Springs Altitude Janie, exhibited by Steve Arball and Aaron Black of Arball's Flowing Springs in Union Bridge, Maryland. Fourth, to entry 590, a substitution, Peace and Plenty Sidekick Elephant, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farm of Union Bridge, Maryland. Entering the ring now are our Holstein senior 3-year-old cows, and we will select our intermediate champion and reserve at the conclusion of our senior 3-year-olds. May I remind the futurity, Miss Futurity 2023 and first runner-up, that they will be expected to be in the lineup for intermediate and reserve intermediate champion. Futurity, Miss Futurity and first runner-up will be in the lineup for intermediate champion. Ayrshire exhibitors, your spring yearling calves are entering the ring. Ayrshire exhibitors, as your first class has entered the ring, I'd like to present to you your judge, Mr. Jason Zimmerman. Jason is a Marylander from Montgomery County, where he grew up leasing and showing animals on his uncle and grandparents' farm. And that experience led to him for fitting cattle all up and down the East Coast for several years, including many All-Americans and reserves. He was a member of the winning Maryland 4-H cattle dairy judging team at World Dairy Expo, continued his education as a member of the Virginia Tech collegiate team. He has judged many shows, regional and county, and all up and down the East Coast from Florida to Maine. Currently resides in Western New York, where he is a dairy nutrition consultant for Holtz Nelson. Welcome our Ayrshire judge, Mr. Jason Zimmerman. Again, for any of our newcomers here to the show ring at the Cow Palace, on behalf of the Maryland State Fair and the Maryland Holstein Association and the Maryland Ayrshire Breeders, we welcome you to our 2023 respective shows. In the west end of the arena, our Holstein 3-year-old cattle, and our Ayrshire show is just beginning with our first class of spring heifer calves.
This one just it's probably about a cent.
second 2-year-olds and junior 3-year-olds and fraternities to the ringside.
In the senior 3-year-old class of our Holstein show, we have a pair of cows up here at the top that really fit together nice. You talk about them, you can really pick them apart and get specific. For me, the first place cow just a little bit nicer in the way her neck blends into her shoulder. It has a little more quality to her udder. The cow, you really appreciate the quality all the way through her frame. The cow has veins running down through her legs, across her body, down her rear legs, and all over her udder. When you look at her udder, I feel like their first place cow, just a little smoother in the fore udder attachment on the right side, just showing a little more quality to her fore udder today. The second place cow over the third place cow just has more of that quality to her dairy frame, not to take anything away from the third place cow, a cow that you love the power and strength the cow's been milking a year, you just want to see her calved in again. She has the advantage today, just being a little higher and a little wider in her rear udder attachment to go over the fourth place cow. Congratulations, 4 nice cows.
Now we're ready to bring our entries in to select our intermediate champion Holstein. Results of the senior 3-year-olds that just left the ring. Recipient of the special award presented by the Knudsen family of Lovedale Farm to our first place senior 3-year-old, entry number 582, Earhart Undenied Ashley. She's sired by our favorite Undenied, exhibited by Earhart Farms of Baldwin, Maryland. Second was entry number 578, Spun Gold Hancock America, exhibited by Dale and Deanna Bendig of Spun Gold Farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third, entry 974, Peace and Plenty Ava Cubic 26, exhibited by Peace and Plenty Farms of Union Bridge, Maryland. Fifth, to entry 579, Dardale Warrior Pepsi, exhibited by Dale Dow of Dardale Farm in Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. Entering the Holstein ring is our junior 2-year-olds and our 3-year-olds, and Miss Maturity first runner-up from last night. Our judge, Mr. Joe Nash from New York, will select our intermediate and reserve intermediate champions of our 2023 edition of the Holstein Show here at the Maryland State Fair. The maturity animals that I mentioned last night, the 40th Maryland Holstein 3-year-old fraternity was held here, and this maturity 2023 was crowned, and our first runner-up, they will be among the competing cows for intermediate and reserve intermediate champion. Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your winter calves to the ringside.
Well, beautiful class of Ayrshire spring calves here to start off our Ayrshire show today, and a pretty handy winner here for me. Beautiful balance calf here in first. This has that advantage of showing me a little bit more heart here today, a little bit more drop to that forearm rear rib. Place over this beautiful calf here in second. Calf in second over the calf in third. Just a little bit more calf from end to end. It shows me a little bit more length, a little bit more size and scale, balance from end to end. But a pretty calf here in third, a very dairy feminine calf. She uses that dairiness and femininity, just being a little bit more prominent over those hooks and pins, a little bit cleaner in that thigh way than this calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth for me today. I just prefer the way she tracks on those rear legs. She's a little bit smoother. I also prefer the way she holds her hooks over her pins, just a little bit better slope to that rump than this calf here in fifth. And then fifth over sixth, just a big, strong, deep-bodied calf. Shows me a little bit more width and strength from end to end. Congratulations.
Ayrshire winter heifer calves to the ring, please.
What a great young cow show. If you would give our exhibitors a round of applause. I pulled 6 cows out here for intermediate champion of our Holstein show. 6 cows that, and they're the kind I want to take home. Have wide front ends, hard tops, dairy strength, open dairy rib, flat wide rumps, well-attached mammers with a lot of quality. I pulled out our first place milking yearling. The cow, she's still developing, but I love what I see. She's so hard over her top line. You love how deep she is through her rib, square through her rump with a well-attached udder. Same way with our first place summer junior 2. Cow, it's really deep body, really long in that forerib, and has a welded on udder and a square rump. And you get to our first place junior 2. The cow, she's not the biggest cow out here, but you talk a cow that moves very well. Has tremendous spring to her rib. It's a wide chest. The cow has so much quality to her mammary system. Then you get to our first place senior 2. A cow that's got that super high wide rear udder and carries her udder so well. Cow that's square through her rump, so clean down through the bone in her hock. Our first place senior 3-year-old. A cow, you love the dairy quality too. A cow has veins all over her body. A cow, you love the texture to her udder, the tightness to it. Then I brought out our futurity winner from last night. Cow looks great again today. The cow, you love the power and strength, the length, the width. You love how high she carries her udder and the tremendous width to her rear udder. I'm going to go out, take one last look, congratulate our intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and come back and give you reasons. This first place senior 2 for me puts it all together. I love the long femininity to her frame, the head and neck, the levelness over her rump. When you get to her udder, she has the advantage over our junior 2, just being a little more level on the floor of her udder from her front to rear quarters, and being just a little higher and wider and a little better crease. The junior 2, a cow, it looks like such an easy keeper. A cow you'd love to take home with you. You love the width to her chest, the tremendous spring and depth to her rib structure. Has that advantage over our first place summer junior 2. Just have more spring pop to her frame today. Just having a little more bloom to her udder. But the summer junior 2, a cow you love the frame on, the squareness and the symmetry and how welded on her udder is. It just needs a little more snap to her frame and a little more bloom to her udder. But congratulations, 3 awesome cows.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. We're now ready to proceed with our Holstein 4-year-olds. Holstein 4-year-olds to the ring side and to the ring. Our Holstein Intermediate Champion, recipient of the special award presented by Dieter Craig of Farmshine, to our Intermediate Champion. Shine Special Award to our intermediate champion entry 562 CBF Alligator Lockdown, sired by Stockman's Alligator out of the cow CBF Jacoby Lickety Split, exhibited by Glamour View and Aaron Eaton of Walkersville, Maryland. Reserve intermediate champion is entry 554. Peace and Plenty SK Juby 37, sired by Walnut Lawn Sidekick out of Peace and Plenty Atwood Jubilant, exhibited by Bristol Earhart and Earhart Farms of Baldwin, Maryland. And our honorable mention is entry number 550, brought up from class 14, Geography Door Giggle, also exhibited by Glamour View. Holstein exhibitors, we're ready for your 4-year-old cows. To you Ayrshire exhibitors who are marking your program, the Spring Heifer Calf class that left the ring, the Winkler family of Steel Fire Farm presented the special award to the winning Ayrshire Spring Heifer Calf, entry 111, Cozy Country Gentleman Maple, sired by Duo Star Gentleman, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Second and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor was entry number 108, Vale's Pride Reynolds, exhibited by Mark and Jess Valentine and Caden Valentine of Thurmont, Maryland. Third was entry number 102, Palmyra Reynolds R. Gaillardia, exhibited by Jesse Lee Muse of Etoll, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 104, Barview Dynamic Bryn, exhibited by Rhonda Winkler of Steel Fire Farm in Woodbine, Maryland. Fifth was entry 109, Pair of Aces Make It Rain, exhibited by Kyle Asel, Heather Asel, Michael Bosley, and Elizabeth Bosley, Dream Valley in Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. The placings beginning on page 1 are as follows. 101 was 8th, 102 is 3rd, 103 is 10th, 104 is 4th, 105 is 11th, 106 is 12th, 107 is 9th, 108 is 2nd and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. 109 is 5th, 110 is 6th, 111 Cozy Country Gentleman Maple, exhibited by Glamour View, is 1st, and 114 is 7th. In the ring now are our winter heifer calves, and you may bring your fall heifer calves to the ringside. Holstein 4-year-olds, do we have any more entries?
Well, a really nice class of Ayrshire winter calves here, and a beautiful heifer here to start the class today. Just uses that tremendous length from end to end, just being so long about that head and neck, just having that open sweep to the rib. Give her the advantage today, just tracking a little smoother and straighter on those rear legs today. I prefer the set to that hock. over this long heifer here in second. Heifer in second over the heifer in third. Again, just shows me more length from end to end. Just a little bit stretchier about that head and neck than this beautiful balanced heifer here in third. Heifer in third, you love the length, you love the balance, the drop to that rib. She uses that drop and just being a little bit harder in that chine for me today. A little bit more uphill run than this extremely feminine heifer here in fourth. Heifer in fourth, you love that dairy frame, beautiful femininity, and she uses that femininity just being a little bit cleaner about that head and neck to again place over extremely balanced heifer there in fifth. Then fifth over sixth, again, just a little bit cleaner for me, a little bit more prominent over those hooks and pins today. Congratulations.
Holstein exhibitors, bring your 5-year-olds to the ring. 5-year-olds to the ring, please. Ayrshire exhibitors, I guess we're ready for your fall heifer.
Just the
calf.
one entry in our Holstein 4-year-old class, but cow's recently fresh. It looks like when she gets going, take a lot of competition. Congratulations.
The first place Holstein 4-year-old cow, the recipient of the special award presented by Kenton Bender family of Oakview Ridge Farm, to entry number 587. Savage Lee Devour Mabel, started by Mr. Daniel Devour, exhibited by Kevin Ford of Blue Star Farm in Whitehall, Maryland. Holstein 5-year-old cows, please. Well, we're waiting on our Holstein 5-year-olds. Results of the winter heifer calf class in the Ayrshire breed. Recipient of the special award presented by Sherry Duty of Sherlin Farm to our first place winter heifer calf, entry number 121. Vales Pride Reynolds Rocker, started by Palmyra Lochinvar Reynolds, exhibited by Jessica and Gavin Valentine and Mark Valentine of Thurmont, Maryland. Highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. Second was entry 127, Mile High Regan Megan, exhibited by Peter Vale of Mile High Genetics in Valatalia, New York. Third to entry 123, Cozy Country Regan Martini, exhibited by Walton and Yeager, Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Fourth was entry 131, Mile High Champ Riley, exhibited by Carly Knoll and Richard Kepler of Knobview in Woodsboro, Maryland. Fifth was entry number 122, Cozy Country Mai Tai, exhibited by Jason Heater, Shade Gap, Pennsylvania. Beginning at the top of the class on page 2, winter heifer calves. 115 was 12th, 116 was 11th, 117 was 6th, 120 was 7th, 121 was first, Vale's Pride Reynolds Rocker, exhibited by the Valentines of Thurmont, Maryland. 122 was fifth, 123 was third, 125 was ninth, 126 was 10th, 127 was second, and 131 brought up from class 3 was fourth, and 162 was eighth. Now in the ring are Ayrshire fall heifer calves, Holstein 5-year-old cow. Holstein age cows 6 and over can be working your way to the ring, as we only have 2 5-year-olds.
Our Holstein 5-year-old class, our first place cow, you love the length and dairiness. The cow has so much quality through her mammary system. You love the fact that she's 5 years old and she's had 4 calves. She has advantage of their length and dairiness and quality of that mammary system, having more of that fresh look to go over this nice hard top cow coming out here in second. A cow that looks like she could be very promising when you get her calf back in. Congratulations.
Our Holstein 5-year-old, the recipient of the special award, presented by Matt and Kelly Welsh. To entry 594, Jacobs Avalanche Bradley, sired by Dimethylhome Mr. Avalanche, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Second to entry 593, Blonde and T&L Avalanche Angelina, also exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview. We're now ready for your cows 6 years of age and older. Holstein herdsmen in the barn. Upon the completion of our age cow class, which is now ending in the ring, we will then be ready to select our senior and reserve senior champion, as we do not have any long-time production entrants. Last call for aged cows. Last call, aged cows. Holstein exhibitors, we're ready to have your 4 or 5-year-old cows to the ringside as our class is nearing completion for our aged cows. Then we will select our senior and reserve senior champion, and then our grand, if we can have the intermediates and the juniors to the ringside.
3 beautiful cows out here in our aged cow class of the Holstein show. For me, a first place cow. She's just a little more feminine, a little more stylish through that head and neck and the way it blends into her shoulder. Cow has a little more drop to her forerib. When you get to her udder, just for me, it's a little more snugger today. Just a little tighter to the wall of her body and just a hair more quality. Not to take anything away from the second place cow. The cow, you love the width to her frame. You love the length to her frame. You love the youthfulness to the udder. She uses her dairiness and the length to her fore udder and the height and width to her rear udder to go over the third place cow. Congratulations.
Holstein exhibitors, results of the aged cow class, 6 and over. Recipient of the special award presented by Chris and Jen Hill of Maryland Hillbrook, to entry number 592, Underground Adeline, sired by Lackey Olson, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Second, to entry 604, Al Lou Monterey Ashley, exhibited by Tom Mikuro of Mikuro Farms in Woodsboro, Maryland. Third and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor is entry 600, Sutton Avalanche Eden, exhibited by Julian Sutton of Westminster, Maryland. We're now ready to select our senior and reserve senior champion respectively, and then culminating with our grand and reserve grand.
On this Ayrshire fall calf class, pretty tremendous winner here to start the class today. Just a beautiful calf. Just love that femininity she has from end to end. She uses that femininity, just being a little bit more ready today. It's a touch sharper from end to end. Also prefer the way she holds those legs beneath her, especially when standing in line over this calf here in second. Second over third for me today, just showing me a little bit more drop of fore and rear rib, just a touch more balance, and she has a little bit more spring rib, especially when viewed from the rear, than this pretty calf here in third. Third over fourth for me today, third place calf. I prefer the way she's holding her loin today, just a touch harder in that loin. And I prefer her slope from hooks to pins over this long, powerful calf here in fourth. Calf in fourth, you love the length, you love the mass to her midsection. She uses that length from end to end, just being a little bit more heifer to place over this pretty heifer here in fifth. Fifth over sixth for me is just a touch, just derrier from end to end. She's a little bit cleaner over that shoulder, a little bit more prominent over those hooks and pins than this long, tall heifer here in sixth. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your summer yearling heifers. Ayrshire summer yearling heifers, please. As our Ayrshire summer yearlings are coming in the ring, results of the fall heifer calf class, recipient of the special award presented by the Shank family of Palmyra Farm, to the first place fall heifer calf entry number 140, Stalin Reynolds Monroe. She's sired by Palmyra Lochinvar Reynolds, exhibited by Leslie and Linda Brucci of Westminster, Maryland. First and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. Second to entry 144, Mile High Reagan X Factor, exhibited by Peter Vale of Mile High Genetics in Galatea, New York. Third to entry number 139, Trilyn Boytown Larsa, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview and Thornton of Walkersville, Maryland. Fourth to entry number 143, Joe Mill Animate Outcome, exhibited by Peyton Heater and Madison Maurer of Shadegott, Pennsylvania. Fifth to entry number 135, Bud John Vale Reynolds Kiwi, exhibited by Nicole Aerosmith of Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania. Beginning at the top of the class, as previously announced, entry 131 was moved to Class 2. 132 was 10th. 133 was 9th. 134 was 13th. 135 was 5th. 136 was 7th. 137 was 6th. 138 was 8th. 139 was 3rd. 140 was first and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. 142 was 11th, 143 was 4th, 144 was 2nd. The top of the next page, 995 was 12th. Ayrshire summer yearlings in the ring, and our senior champion is being selected in our Holstein ring.
The senior classes in our Holstein show are a little smaller in quantity, but you certainly you got 3 cows out here that are big time cows. Pulled out our first place 5-year-old cow. It's had 4 calves in 5 years. A cow, you milk cows, you really have to appreciate that. The cow is so long and dairy, has so much quality. Now pulled out our first and second place age cows that they're wide, they're strong, they have youthful udders, well-attached udders, they move around like young cows. But for me today, our senior champion, I'm going to stay with this pair of age cows. For them, they had the advantage over our 5-year-old, just being a little more youthful today. Not to take anything away from a cow, it breeds back so fast as our 5-year-old cow, but just not quite moving around like this pair of age cows. But 3 nice cows, congratulations.
Congratulations to our senior reserve senior champion. We will now ask that our intermediate champion and reserve and our junior champions to be brought in, junior and reserve champion to be brought into the ring to select our grand and reserve grand champion of our show. Our senior champion is the recipient of the special award presented by Doug and Mary King on behalf of Kingstead Farms to the senior champion, entry number 592, Underground Adeline, sired by Lackey Awesome, out of the cow Underground Angel Allegra, exhibited by Glamourview, Walton and Yeager of Walkersville, Maryland. Reserve senior champion, recipient of the special award presented by Mike Yeager and family of Bulldog Holsteins, to entry 604, Alu Monterey Ashley, exhibited by Tom McCuro of McCuro Farms in Woodsboro, Maryland. And our honorable mention senior champion, entry 594, Jacobs Avalanche Brady, also exhibited by Glamourview.
Here in this Ayrshire Summer Yearling class, the heifer I'm starting with today just shows me a little bit more length and readiness from end to end. She's a little bit sharper and cleaner through that front end. Just shows me a little bit more drop from end to end as well, and holds those legs just a touch more squarely beneath her, especially when standing line over this heifer in second. Second over third for me today. Again, I prefer the slope to that rump on this second place heifer. Didn't lead the best today, but she just a little bit prefer that slope from hooks to pins over this heifer here in third. And then third over fourth for me today just shows me a little bit more balance from end to end, just a touch more drop in that rear rib. Also think she's just a touch cleaner, especially up through that head and neck. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your spring yearling heifers. And if we could have our intermediate champion and reserve and our junior and reserve junior champions at the ringside, we will select our grand and reserve grand champion Holstein. As our Ayrshire spring yearlings are entering the ring, the results of the summer yearlings, the recipient of the special award presented by David and Ann Patrick of Mapledale Farm, to our first place Ayrshire summer yearling, entry number 151, BEL King Spar Puddles, sired by Bear Air Distinct King Sar, exhibited by Carolyn Lawrence of Toll J. Sow Farm in Nottingham, Pennsylvania. Second, to entry 150, Mapledale Reagan Dicey, exhibited by Morgan Murray of Mapledale Farm in Woodbine, Maryland. Third to entry 146, T-Fall Ringer Catch Me If You Can, exhibited by Lila Utterbach of T-Fall Farms in Jefferson, Maryland. Fourth to entry 147, Ireback Timothy Faith, exhibited by Joe Jesse Stowe of Ireback Farm in Oxford, Pennsylvania. Ayrshire Spring Yearlings in the ring. Holstein exhibitors, the order of showing of the group classes, completing our selection of Grand and Reserve Grand Champion when we begin with the groups with Produce of Dam, Dam and Daughter, Senior Best 3 Females, and finally Exhibitors Herd. That's Produce, Dam and Daughter, Best 3 Females, Exhibitors Herd.
What a great Holstein show. If you would give our exhibitors a round of applause. It's really nice to see our junior champions, our intermediate champions, and our senior champions out here. I really feel like it's a cookie cutter group and they all look like they're cut from the same mold. Cows that look like they're not only look good every day, but enjoyable to take care of every day. But before I go out and name our champion, our grand champion, I want to take a minute to thank the exhibitors and everybody here at Maryland State Fair for having me. You know, you hear that term a lot, Maryland Pride. When you come here, you get a better understanding for it. You walk in the ring, and the guy that takes care of this ring, he has it on point. You can tell he works very hard at it. And I can tell you, if I ever leave Lamb Farms and start a business taking care of lawns and landscaping, I'm coming to get him. It carries over to the cattle too, right? You walk in the ring, and you hear people talk about the art of presentation. They do a great job taking care of them, getting them ready. In Maryland, they really set the bar for a lot of people in this industry. So once again, I want to say thank you. Now I'm going to go out and name our grand champion, our reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and come back and give you the reasons. Our grand champion today is going to be this age cow. That cow, you love the breed character through her head and neck. You love the width to her front end, the hardness over her top line. A cow, it moves very well. And when you get to her mammary system, a cow has so much quality, especially for a cow that's been milking for a long time. You really love the veining to her udder, the size and shape of her teat. And she's going to use her maturity to go over this senior 2-year-old for a reserve grand. A cow, I feel like, carries the same pattern, looks like she'll continue to develop into a cow like her age cow, but just needs more time. And then she's going to be followed by her junior 2-year-old for honorable mention, a cow that I feel like carries the same pattern, the same angularity and dairiness and quality as the other 2 cows. But congratulations.
Our grand champion Holstein, recipient of the special award presented by Select Sires to our grand champion, our winning age cow, 6 years of age and older, entry number 592, Underground Adeline. She's sired by Lackey Awesome out of the cow Underground Angel Allegra, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Our reserve grand is our intermediate champion, entry 562, CVF Alligator Lockdown. She's starred by Stanton's Alligator out of the cow CVF Jacoby Lickety Split. Also owned and exhibited by Walton and Yeager and Aaron Eaton of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. And our honorable mention is a reserve intermediate champion, entry 554, Peace and Plenty SK Juby 37, owned and exhibited by Earhart Holsteins of Baldwin, Maryland. Our best bred and owned female, the recipient of the trophy sponsored by the Maryland Holstein Association, the A. Doty Remsburg Trophy, is entry number 582, Earhart Undenied Ashley. She's sired by our favorite Undenied out of the cow Earhart Hypnotic Advance, owned and exhibited by Earhart Farms of Baldwin, Maryland. We're now ready to begin our group classes in a few minutes with Produce of Dam.
Well, here in this Ayrshire Spring Yearling class, a really tremendous winner here to start the class today. Heifer just shows you so much length and balance from end to end. She uses that length and uphill run, just having a little bit more spring of rib, especially when viewed from the rear. Placed over this heifer here in second. Second over third for me, it's a little bit closer placing today. Heifer in second, I just prefer the way she tracks on those rear legs over this heifer in third. The way she slopes from hooks to pins, especially on the move, over this dairy heifer in third. And then third over fourth, heifer just showing me a little bit more mass from end to end. A little bit more drop to that heart, a a little bit more openness and sweep to that rib structure. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your winter yearling heifers in the rings. Winter yearling Ayrshires. The first place spring yearling, the recipient of the special award presented by the Parmenter family of Royal Crown Ayrshires, to entry number 159. Mile High Lochinvar Cream Pie, sired by Libby's Lochinvar, exhibited by Rhonda Winkler of Steel Fire Farm in Woodbine, Maryland. Second, to entry 157, Steel Fire Berkeley Grace, also exhibited by Steel Fire Farm. Highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor in class. Third is entry 155, Steel Fire Viking Kathy, exhibited by Kylie Little of Thurmont, Maryland. Fourth, entry 154, Len Knoll Timothy Teagan, exhibited by Sage Grossnickel, Sidney Grossnickel, and Matthew Edgin. Coming in the Ayrshire ring now are winter yearling heifers.
Three real nice entries in our Holstein show for Produce Sedan. Our first place entry has the advantage just being a little cleaner hided today, a little more dairy, a little more quality to their udder, not to take anything away from the second place group. A group that you love the maturity of, the depth of rib. They have advantage over the third place group. Maturity for me, not to take anything away from the third place group. That has a cow and a heifer. Most state fairs you go to, they probably win. But once again, three nice entries. Congratulations.
Well, here in this Ayrshire Winter Yearling class, a heifer that sorts herself to the top for me today. She's just the most ready heifer. Just a little bit sharper and cleaner up to that front end. Shows me a little bit more curvature to that thigh. Also prefer, she's not doing it right now for me, but I prefer the way she tracks on those rear legs over this heifer here in second. Holds those legs a little bit squarer beneath her and has a little bit more correct set to hock for me today over this long heifer here in second. Heifer in second over heifer in third. Just prefer that the way she holds her loin today shows me a little bit more spring, especially when viewed from the rear. It just has more stretch from end to end. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your fall yearlings. May I remind the exhibitors that upon the conclusion of the fall yearling class, we will select our junior and reserve junior champion respectively.
Well, here in the Ayrshire Fall Yearling class, heifer, only one entry, but what a tremendous heifer she is. You just love the length and balance from end to end, and such a feminine head and neck about her. Heifer that definitely can stand a lot of competition.
Ayrshire exhibitors, bring your first and second place junior female winners in the ring to select our junior reserve junior champion.
Once again, 3 nice entries for Dam and Daughter of our Holstein show. Our first place entry, a group that you appreciate the depth of their forward and rear rib, the thorough placement, the cleanliness down through the bone in their leg. They have the advantage of thorough placement over this second place group. It's a little bit closer between the second and third place group. Both of them have quality heifers and quality cows, but just feel like there's a little more extension to the rib structure, a little more distance between the rear ribs in the second place group. But once again, 3 very quality groups. Congratulations.
Well, I guess we're ready for Holstein Senior Best 3 females. Ayrshire exhibitors, we need your first and second place junior females. If you don't have enough leaders, Dave Patrick and Ronnie Heffler sitting over there, put them to work. Emily will watch. The Holstein Produce of Dam groups that just left the ring 2 classes ago. First to Peace and Plenty. Second to the group exhibited by Peace and Plenty. Third to Andrew and Gina Lenhart. The Dam and Daughter group. First place recipient of the special award presented by Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit to Peace and Plenty. Second to Earhart Farms. Third to Andrew and Gina Lenhart. Coming in the ring now, if we have any, are senior best 3 females, bred and owned by exhibitor. The first place senior best 3 females in our Holstein division was exhibited by Peace and Plenty.
Just the 1 entry for senior best 3 of our Holstein show, but certainly a quality entry that could take on a lot of competition. You have to admire the width through their front end, the length of frame. the dariness, the quality udders, and the great feet and legs. Congratulations.
Gene, Craig, or Emily, or somebody come up here to the ring, please. Gene, Craig, or Emily.
Just the one entry of our hosting show for Breeders' Herd, but an entry that could take a whole lot of competition. Entry that you look down through the line, it looks like it'd be a fun place to go and take care of cattle every day. Congratulations.
The first place Holstein Senior Best 3 Females, the recipient of the Earhart Farms Trophy in memory of Mr. James Earhart, and the first place Exhibitors Herd, recipient of the special award by Ed and Larry Crossland of Gladheart Holsteins, were presented respectively to Peace and Plenty for Best 3 Females in the Exhibitors Herd, and also proud to announce that Peace and Plenty is the premier breeder of our 2023 Holstein show here at the 140th Maryland State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Holstein show. We congratulate all the winners and thank all of the exhibitors, herdspeople, owners, friends, and family who have helped make this another outstanding quality show at the Maryland State Fair and the Maryland Holstein Futurity 140. Also, I'd like to announce that, Gene, if you just stay there, we'll send a younger person. Walton and Yeager are premier exhibitors. Premier breeder is Walton and Yeager of Glamour View. Premier breeder is Peace and Plenty. Congratulations, Gene and Craig and Emily. Congratulations to all the Schwartzbeck clan. Joe and Nona is responsible for all of them. Ayrshire Exhibitors, as our junior champion, is being selected. As our judge, Mr. Jason Zimmerman, is elaborating to make his final decisions. Results of the winter yearling heifer class that competed some time ago, recipient of the special award presented by Eric Moore General Contracting. To our first place entry, 166, pair of aces Mistletoe, sired by Palmyra Birkeland Regan, exhibited by Kyle Asel, Heather Asel, Michael Bosley, and Elizabeth Bosley, Dream Valley in Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. Second, entry number 167, Old Bankston Emma So Good, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Third, entry 164, Lynn Knoll Road Darla, exhibited by Candace Collada of Lynn Knoll Farm in Thurmont, Maryland. And our first place fall yearling, recipient of the special award presented by Chris and Carol Murray and family. Entry number 169, Vale's Pride Jazz Expression, She's sired by Still Dreamin' Wilton Jasmatez, exhibited by Mark and Jess Caden Valentine of Thurmont, Maryland. Guernsey exhibitors in the barn. We will be ready to start your show at 1:30 promptly. In about 5 minutes, you may be bringing your spring heifer calves to the ringside. Guernseys will come into the ring via the dock end. The west end of the show arena, Guernseys enter and exit, as Ayshires are in the middle.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors a huge round of applause on a beautiful heifer show here today. Pulled out 5 heifers, taking nothing away from the ones I left there in line, but these 5 for me just show you tremendous amounts of length, balance, and the dairy heifers. We love the drop of form rear rib, all walking on really nice sets of feet and legs. First place March calf, just a pretty calf. Love the femininity, that openness, the balance, the drop of form rear rib. First place December calf, a calf that just so extreme in her length, the frame, just that feminine cut she has to her dairy and her dairiness. First place fall calf, a calf that just shows you so much angularity. You love the openness to her frame, the dairiness, how sharp she is from end to end. First place spring yearling, heifer maybe not quite as ready as some of these other ones, but a heifer that I still admire the length, I admire the depth, admire the width from end to end. And the first place fall yearling, again, a heifer that just shows you so much balance. She's so long, so open, and just a tremendous feminine head and neck. I'm going to go out, I'm going to select your junior, your reserve, and honorable mention in that order. When I do, please follow with a big round of applause. For me, this fall calf, she's just the most ready heifer out here today. She's just so sharp, so clean from end to end. And give her the advantage, just having a little bit more drop to that flank and rear rib today. Showing me a little bit more openness in this long, angular December calf for reserve. Reserve over honorable mention for me today. Again, I think this December calf shows me a little bit more prominence over those hooks and pins, just a touch cleaner from end to end today, but a beautiful group of heifers. Congratulations.
As our Ayrshire Junior Best 3 female group is being lined up, the junior champion, recipient of the special award presented by Mark and Jess Valentine and family, to entry number 140, Stalin Reynolds Monroe. She's sired by Palmyra Lochinvar Reynolds out of the Cal KNH Endies Burdett Mayab, exhibited by Leslie and Linda Brucci of Westminster, Maryland. And the recipient of the Maryland Delaware Ayrshire Association Award for Junior Best Bred and Owned Female, entry 140. Our reserve junior champion is entry 169, Vale's Pride Jazz Expression, sired by Still Dreamin' Wilton Jasmine Est, exhibited by Caden, Mark, and Jess Valentine of Thurmont, Maryland. In the ring now are our Ayrshire Junior Best 3 female entries. Guernsey exhibitors, we're ready for your spring heifer calves in the west end of the show ring. Guernsey junior heifer calves, or actually spring heifer calves.
Here for Ayrshire Junior Best 3. Group I'm starting with is just quite a group of heifers, just tremendous balance to the heifers. Give them the advantage of the group in second, just holding their legs a little bit more squarely beneath them, hold their loins a touch better today for me than this group in second. Second over third today, just showing me a little bit more maturity in their frames, a little bit more open, a little bit longer from end to end than this group in third. Third over fourth, just a little bit cleaner from end to end, showing me more femininity and quality through their frames in this group in fourth. And then fourth over fifth, just showing me a little bit more balance, a little bit more openness in their frames and their drop to the rib. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your fall milking yearling. The Junior Best 3 female Ayrshires that left the ring. The first place group, exhibited by Mark and Jess Valentine, takes home a special award presented by Michael and Denise Valentine of Vale's Pride Farm. Second was exhibited to Peter Vale of Mile High Genetics. Third to Glamour View. Fourth to Rhonda Winkler of Steel Fire Farm. And fifth to Mapledale Farm, which is represented here by the patriarch and his lady for over 50 years of continuous participation as an exhibitor here when the fair was actually open. Mr. Dave Patrick. Ayrshire exhibitors, our milking fall yearling class is in the ring. Please bring your junior 2-year-old to the ringside. Kevin, we only got one. Then our senior 2-year-olds can be headed to the ringside. Ayrshire junior 2-year-olds can be brought to the ringside.
Here in this milking yearling class, a pretty handy winner here to start off the classic cow. Just love the capacity of that mammary system. Been fresh 50 days, really snug forudder attachment. She has the advantage of this cow in second, just showing me more mass to her middle, showing me more drop before and rear rib today, just a little bit more balanced cow. I also prefer the T placement on the cow in first over the cow in second. Cow in second, maybe not milking quite as long, needs a little bit more time to get going, but a nice youthful cow. Congratulations.
Guernsey exhibitors, spring heifer calves. The first place milking Ayrshire, the recipient of the special award presented by Mike and Mary Creek of Palmyra Farm, to entry number 183, Palmyra Ringer B. Reyna, sired by Blue Spruce Ringer out of Palmyra Burdette P. Reyna, exhibited by Palmyra Farm of Hagerstown, Maryland. Second entry 184, Vales Pride Radisson Glitter, exhibited by Michael Valentine and Amanda Valentine Dennis of Emmitsburg, Maryland. Ayrshire junior 2-year-olds in the ring. All right, Guernseys, we're ready. Guernsey spring calves, please. Greenleaf, do you have any spring calves? We're waiting for 2 Greenleaf spring calves. If they're scratched, please come up here and tell us. Ayrshire exhibitors, we're waiting for your senior 2-year-olds to be brought to the ringside.
Well, in this Ayrshire junior 2-year-old class, cow I'm starting with just shows me the most quality through that mammary system and from end to end. Give her the advantage today, just showing me a little bit more quality in that foreudder. Prefer the way that foreudder blends into that body wall today over this long cow here in second. Cow in first also shows me a little bit more quality in that rear udder, a little bit more venation as well. She uses that, just having a little bit more drop to that heart, tracking a little bit smoother on those rear legs, placed over the cow in second. Second over third for me. Cow in second just has a little bit more climb to the top of that rear udder today. Also shows me a little bit more mass to her middle, just having more drop of fore and rear rib, a little bit more spring of rib when viewed from the rear. And then third over the fourth, this cow been fresh 10 days here, the fourth place cow. Just needs a little time. Third place cow, also prefer that slope over her rump from hooks to pins. Congratulations.
The first place junior 2-year-old Guernsey cow, recipient of the special award presented by Marilyn Lenhart, to entry number 189, Tri-Line Micro Decal, sired by Maori's Lock Micro, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Second and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor, entry 190, Vales Pride Prime Rickle, exhibited by the Valentines of Thurmont, Maryland. Third, who entry 193, Vales Pride Radisson Bryn, also exhibited by Michael and Bryce Valentine of Vales Pride in Emmitsburg, Maryland. Fourth, who entry 188, Vales Pride Be Easy Money, exhibited by Mark and Jess and Gavin Valentine of Thurmont, Maryland. Our senior Ayrshire 2-year-olds now in the ring.
A beautiful class of spring calves to start out our Guernsey show. Our first place heifer comes to the front of the line rather handily for me. A heifer you love how much mass she has, the width to her front end, the hardness over her top line. This has a little more width, a little more spring to her rib today, a little more level over her rump to go over the second place heifer. The second and third place heifers, it's a little closer placing for me. I feel like your second place heifer is just a little neater about her tail head setting, a little wider in her pins. The third place heifer over the fourth place heifer, she's just a little stronger through her crops, just a little longer in her frame, holding her top a little nicer. Fourth place heifer over the fifth place heifer, just a little more heifer for me today, a little more substance, a little more mass to her. Congratulations.
Well, it's close here in this top pair for the senior 2-year-old class. The cow I'm starting with just shows me a little bit more symmetry in that mammary system today. She's a little bit more even in all 4 quarters. Also prefer just having a little bit more levelness on that udder floor today than this cow in second. Cow in first also has the advantage today, just showing me a little bit more open sweep to that rib structure. Maybe just being a little bit cleaner and crisper in her hide today than this cow in second. Second over third for me. Cow in second just shows me more mass to her frame from end to end. Shows me a little bit more length and width. Also give her the advantage of just being a little bit cleaner through that rump. Showing me a little bit more dairiness over those hooks and pins, and a little bit more cleaner through that thigh. Congratulations.
Guernsey exhibitors, bring your winter heifer calves in the ring. Guernsey winter heifer calves. Results of the Guernsey spring heifer calf class that just left the ring. Entry 340 was first, Walnut Ridge Doc Darla, sired by Snyder's App Doc, exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser of Thurmont, Maryland. Second to entry 339, Middle Ground D Fia, exhibited by Chelsea Davis, Middle Ground in Earlville, Maryland. Third to entry 342, Middle Ground D Havana, exhibited by Chelsea Davis of Earlville, Maryland. Fourth to entry 338, GR Thairview Anchor Saley, exhibited by Carl Thayer Jr. of Thurmont, Maryland. Fifth to entry 336, Spring Hill Vengeance Jocelyn, exhibited by Wayne Spurrier and Peyton Kristanovic of Annaverdale Acres in Kemar, Maryland.
Only one entry here in the Ayrshire 4-year-old class. A cow that's had 3 calves fresh since January, and looks like she's got the will to milk, putting a lot of milk through that mammary system with a lot of quality venation. Congratulations.
Just the 2 entries in our Guernsey winter calf class, but a pair of heifers you love the width, the springer rib. Our first place heifer has the advantage, being just a little more balance on the move. A cow heifer moves a little more comfortably. Prefer the tail head setting a little nicer over the second place heifer. Congratulations, 2 nice heifers.
Results of our Guernsey winter heifer calf class. Entry 347 was first, Warwick Manor Indigo Chimmy, sired by Ebby Manor Indigo, exhibited by Carly Stolfus of Warwick Manor in East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 348, Brooms Bloom Java Lori, exhibited by Belle Dallum of Brooms Bloom Dairy in Bel Air, Maryland. Guernsey Fall Heifer calves coming in the ring. The first place Ayrshire 2-year-old cow, recipient of the award sponsored by Daniel Invest Laying, entry 197, Len Noel B. Belva. She's sired by Palmyra Predator Booth, exhibited by Candace Colada, Len Noel Farm, Thurmont, Maryland. The second place Ayrshire Senior 2-year-old was entry number 196, Baron View B. King Velvet, exhibited by Lindsay Smith of Holland View in Colora, Maryland. Third to entry 198, Still Dreaming Vicky Jasmeralda, exhibited by Ava Cascala, Shining Star Ashars, Westchester, Pennsylvania. We only had one 4-year-old entry, the recipient of the trophy presented by Len Noel Farm, Denny and Sherry Lenhart in memory of Sterling Lenhart. To entry number 209, Len Noel Alaska Liberty, exhibited by Candace Colada, Len Noel Farm in Thurmont, Maryland.
Well, here in this Ayrshire age cow class, the cow I'm starting with had 4 calves, and just a tremendous mammary system on this cow. You just love the length and quality of that fore udder, the height and width she has in that rear udder attachment. Just a tremendous frame cow to go with it. You love the openness, spring she carries through that frame, and just the length over the hooks and pins and width and that rump over this cow here in second. Cow in second been fresh a couple weeks here with her 5th calf. Needs a little bit more time to get going. Still looks like she's got a lot of will to mill. Love the youthfulness in that mammary system for having 5 calves. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your age cows, 6 and over. Ayrshire exhibitors, we have no aged or long-time production entrants. Bring your entries in for senior and reserve senior champion.
Three nice entries in our Guernsey Fall Calf class. Our first place heifer it wows you when she walks in the ring. Heifer, you admire the hardness over her top line, the spring to her rib. She uses that spring to her rib structure. And the way her shoulder blends into her crops, just a little bit nicer to go over the second place heifer. second place heifer over to third place heifer. She's just a little longer in her rib design, little deeper in her fore and rear rib. Congratulations.
The results of our Ayrshire 6-year-old cows, recipient of special award presented by Robert and Madeline Valentine, to entry number 213, Old Bankston J.C. Banner, sired by Palmyra Berkeley Reagan, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Second, and highest placing animal bred and owned by exhibitor, entry 212, Lenno Gibbs Leah, sired by Palmyra Reality Gibbs, exhibited by Candace Collada, Lenno Farm in Thurmont, Maryland. We're now selecting our senior and reserve senior champions of our Ayrshire show. Then if we could have our junior champions brought to the ringside, we will select grand and reserve. Guernsey exhibitors, the results of the fall heifer calf class. Entry number 355, Walnut Ridge CR Zippy, sired by Walnut Ridge Novak Crown Royal, is first, exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser, Thurmont, Maryland. Second is entry number 352, Warwick Manor J.D. Carroll, exhibited by Kevin Stolfus and Carly Stolfus, Warwick Manor in East Earl, Pennsylvania. Third, to entry 353, Cooley Crest Hurricane Dana, exhibited by Wayne Spurrier and Andy Kristanovic of Annavadale Acres in Kemar, Maryland. Mr. Hill.
A nice pair of summer yearlings in our Guernsey show. Our first place heifer wins a class on just having more spring to her rib, more depth to her rib. You get around behind her, just has quite a bit more width than the second place heifer, but second place heifer, you do admire the length and style she has. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Guernsey ringside, we're very appreciative to thank your Guernsey supporters, Wayne Spurrier, Cletus and Janice Fry, Elsie Wolf, who was in the ring a while ago, Kitty McKenzie, Mark and Aaron Kristanovic, and our reserve junior champion will be sponsored, as well as the H-Cow Best Bred and Owned. All of our trophy sponsors, special award sponsors, are greatly appreciated by all of those who participate and win them. And on behalf of the various breed associations and the State Fair, we express our appreciation and thanks to all of them for their support. Guernsey exhibitors and fans around the ring. The summer yearling class just left the ring. First went to entry 356, Annavadale Harrison's Bailey, sired by Crownstone Lone Star Harrison, exhibited by Wayne Spurrier and Peyton Kristanovic of Annavadale Acres in Keymar, Maryland. Second, who entry 359, Warwick Manor Legend Capri, exhibited by Carly Stolfus of Warwick Manor in East Earl, Pennsylvania. Spring yearlings are in the ring now.
Just the one entry in our Guernsey Spring Yearling class, but a heifer you really have to admire the width to her chest, the length to her frame, and the openness to her rib cage. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors a big round of applause, please, for an excellent show. Tremendous quality from end to end. I want to thank Maryland and Ayrshire breeders, Maryland State Fair, Dairy Committee for having me. It's a pleasure to be back in the middle of this ring. This is where I grew up cutting my teeth. Got a lot of opportunities from people to learn and grow and develop here at Maryland State Fair. And it's a pleasure to be back here and get to judge these shows. Pulled out 3 cows for senior champion. Your milk and yearling, tremendous dairy cow, youthful. You love the bloom to the mammary system, just that sharp angular dairy frame. First place junior 2 cow, maybe getting a touch stay on her frame, but you love the mammary system, the welded on fore udder, high rear udder, beautiful dairy cow with a beautiful mammary system. And then your age cow, first place age cow, just a tremendous mammary system. You love the length, height, and width of that mammary system, and a frame to go with it. Powerhouse of a cow. I'm going to go out, I'm going to select your senior champion, your reserve, honorable mention, that order. When I do, please follow with a big round of applause.
The first place Guernsey Spring Yearling, entry 364, Brooms Bloom J.D. Bunny, sired by Spring Hill Jack Daniels, exhibited by Belle Dallum of Brooms Bloom Dairy in Bel Air, Maryland.
Well, this age cow, she walks away for me today. Walks away with it for me today. You just love that mammary system, best udder of the show. Following up with this milk and yearling over the junior 2. The milk and yearling just a little bit dairier through that front end, just a little bit cleaner from end to end. Shows me a little bit more femininity. But 3 really nice cows. Congratulations.
Our senior champion, Ayrshire, is our first place 6-year-old cow. Entry number 213, Old Bankston J.C. Banner. She is the recipient of the award presented by Mike and Elizabeth Creek and family to our senior champion, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Our reserve senior champion is entry 183, Palmyra Ringer B. Reyna, exhibited by Palmyra Farms of Hagerstown, Maryland. And the recipient of the special award, presented by Steele Farm, the Winkler family, in memory of Kathy Patrick Beans. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion.
In our Guernsey Winter Yearling class, the first place heifer for me just has a little more lift to her front end, a little stretch, a little more stretch through that front end. You get behind her, I feel like she's also a little wider in her pin setting to go over a second place heifer. The 2 very nice balanced heifers. Congratulations.
Guernsey exhibitors, we only have 1 fall yearling heifer entry, so bring your first and second place junior females to the ringside to select our junior and reserve junior champion. Results of the winter yearling heifers that just left the class. Entry 369 was first. Annavadale Acres Amana Tater Tot, starred by Prairie Moon Big Amana, exhibited by Andy Kristanovic, Wayne Spurrier of Annavadale Acres in Keymar, Maryland. Second, entry 368, Eternal Flame Sunlight, exhibited by Bristol Earhart and Kevin Earhart of Baldwin, Maryland.
Just the one entry in our Guernsey Fall Yearling class, but heifer, you have to admire the length to her frame, the openness, and the dairiness. Heifer looks like she could handle quite a lot of competition. Congratulations.
The first place Guernsey Fall Yearling, entry number 373, Spring Hill Drone Jackie, starred by High Gern View Levi Drone, exhibited by Walton and Yeager of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Please bring your first and second place Guernsey junior females in the ring to select our junior and reserve junior champions respectively. And Guernsey exhibitors with our senior females, our cows. There's only a handful of cows in the entire show. So if you have enough help back in the barn, maybe you could just start to bring the cows to the ringside after we complete our junior best three female class, which follows selection of our junior champion.
Well, here for Grand of the Ayrshire show, I appreciate the two heifers coming back here for your grand champion selection. Two heifers that I admire, the quality, femininity from end to end, the balance they carry. But for me, I'm going to stick with your age cow for Grand, and your reserve Grand will be the Milk and Yearling. Congratulations.
Our grand champion, Ayrshire, is our senior champion, entry 213, Old Bankston J.C. Banner. She's sired by Palmyra Berkeley Reagan out of Old Bankston J.C. Bryce Bikini. Where's Gene? Our reserve grand champion, Ayrshire, is entry number 183. Also, the best bred and owned female, recipient of the special award, sponsored by the Maryland Delaware Ayrshire Association, entry 183, Palmyra Ringer B. Reyna. She's sired by Blue Spruce Ringer out of Palmyra Burdette P. Reyna, exhibited by Palmyra Farms of Hagerstown, Maryland. Ayrshire exhibitors, we're ready for your produce of dam entries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, Here in the Cow Palace Show Arena in the East End, we are placing our Ayrshire Produce of Dam class, which means that both of those animals have the same dam. And in the west end of the arena, we are selecting our Guernsey Junior and Reserve Junior champion heifers. Ayrshire exhibitors, the order of group showing is the produce, of course, which is in the ring, to be followed by Dam and Daughter, senior best 3 females, breeder's herd, which consists of 5 head, 2 over 2, 2 under 2, 1 any age, of which 3 must be bred by the exhibitor.
Here in the Ayrshire Produce class, group I'm starting with, just a balanced group. Show me a little bit more openness to that rib structure today. Just a little bit more strength in that front end and uphill run than this group here in second. Group in second over the group in third just shows me more balance and mass that middle. Show me a little bit more springer rib, a little bit more strength and width from end to end. And then third over fourth, it's a little bit closer placing for me today. I prefer the group in third, just has a little bit better foot and leg for me, a little bit deeper in the heel, stronger in the pastern. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, the produce of dam class just left the ring. The winning produce, the recipient of the special award provided by Sherry Duty of Sherlyn Farm, went to Elizabeth Bosley. Second produce to Rhonda Winkler of Steel Fire Farm. Third to Caden Valentine. Fourth, also to Caden Valentine. Ayrshire Dam and Daughter.
Only one entry here in the Ayrshire Dam and Daughter, but a group that you admire, the openness, that rib structure, the angularity from end to end. Congratulations.
The first place Ayrshire Dam and Daughter, the recipient of the special award presented by Chris and Carol Murray and family, to the first place group exhibited by Cadence Valentine. Do we have any Ayrshire Senior Best 3 females? Well, while our junior champion Guernsey is being selected, on behalf of the Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors, we'd like to express our appreciation today to Mr. Jason Zimmerman, as he has placed your Ayrshire cattle here today. In the ring now are our entries in the Senior Best 3 females. And the winner of this group will receive a special award presented on behalf of Harold and Martha Clark to the first place Ayrshire Senior Best 3 Females.
Out here for junior champion of our Guernsey show. Hasn't been a big show as far as numbers, but the quality's certainly been great. If you would give our Guernsey heifer exhibitors a round of applause. I pulled out 5 heifers. Heifers are a little different in their own way, but certainly high quality heifers in their own right. I pulled out our first place March calf. A heifer, when you watch her walk towards you, a heifer has so much extension, so much length of that head and neck, so much width on the floor of her chest. Then when you get beside her, she's so open in her rib structure, so silky in her hide. I pulled out our first place winter calf. Heifer's very balanced, very correct, very feminine. I pulled out our first place fall calf. A heifer has so much width, so much balance, so much strength, so much spring to her rib. And I pulled out our first place spring yearling. A heifer has a lot of angularity, a lot of openness to her frame. Then I pulled out our first place winter yearling. A heifer, it's not extreme, but she's very correct. I'm going to go out and congratulate our junior champion, our reserve and honorable mention in that order, and come back and give reasons. Our junior champion of the Guernsey show today is going to be this first place fall calf. A heifer has so much width, so much power, so much balance, and you really appreciate the spring rib. She's going to use that strength and that hardness over her top line to go over the March calf. A heifer, I feel like, with her width and spring rib, carries the same pattern, then followed by our first place winter calf, and giving the spring calf just advantage, being a little wider in their chest today. Congratulations.
Okay, Guernsey exhibitors, we're ready for your junior best 3 females.
Here in the senior best 3, the Ayrshire show, group I'm starting with today just shows me a little bit more youthfulness in the mammary system, a little bit more strength in that attachments. I also prefer just having a little bit more openness and length to their frames over this group here in second. Group in second, I do admire the maturity and the milk they've put through those mammary systems. Just not quite the strength and attachments as this group in first. Congratulations.
The junior champion Guernsey, entry 355, Walnut Ridge CR Zippy, starred by Walnut Ridge Novak Crown Royal, exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser, Thurmont, Maryland. Reserve champion is entry number 340, Walnut Ridge Doc Darla, exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser, Thurmont, Maryland, and the recipient of the Special Guernsey Award presented by Megan Stribby to the reserve junior champion Guernsey Heifer.
Just the one entry for junior best 3 of our Guernsey show, but an entry that could handle a lot of competition. You really have to appreciate the length and the dairiness, the great feet and legs, and the cleanliness to their hide. Congratulations.
Well, here in the final class of the Ayrshire show, for exhibitors herd, you got a tremendous group here. I'm starting with a group that has your reserve junior champion, your honorable mention, and a couple really nice young cows that placed highly in their class. I think this reserve junior champion heifer keeps getting better as the day goes on. I'm taking nothing away from this group here in second, a group that shows you a lot of length and dairiness, just not quite the openness and angularity and length from end to end. Congratulations.
The final group class of our Ayrshire show is exhibitors herd. The Gerhardt family of rural Karen Ayrshires presents a special award to the first place exhibitors herd, exhibited by Mark and Jess Valentine and family, also premier breeder and premier exhibitor at the Mark and Jess Valentine, premier breeder and premier exhibitor at the 2023 Maryland State Fair Ayrshire Show. Second exhibitors herd goes to Candace Collada of Lynn Knoll Farm in Thurmont, Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Ayrshire Show. We thank all of you exhibitors and all herds people and everybody for your participation. Wish you the best of luck in the coming shows in the fall. The first place Guernsey Junior Best 3 females was exhibited by Kevin Stolfitz.
Just the one entry in our Guernsey milk and yearling class. Cow's fresh 2.5 weeks, and you can already start to see the great veining coming into her udder. And you love the way her teeth are placed squarely underneath the udder. Looks like a cow has a bright future. Congratulations.
Ayrshire exhibitors, there were 2 special awards presented by the Murray Financial Group to our premier breeder in honor of Dave and Ann Patrick, and by Murray Financial Group in honor of Maple Dell Farm Dairy Leasing to our premier exhibitor, and of course both to the Valentine family, both premier breeder and premier exhibitor, and the recipient of both of the Murray Financial Group awards. Thank you all very much for all of you sponsors, as they certainly add to the shows, and we appreciate all of the support by the many, many sponsors who help support the dairy shows here at Timonium. Results of the Guernsey milking fall yearling class. Entry 378, Walnut Ridge Cap Kendall, sired by Walnut Ridge Captain Terrific, is exhibited by Lane Riggleman and Caitlin Moser, Thurmont, Maryland. In the ring now is our one entry as a junior 2-year-old. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very successful Ayrshire show, and the young gentleman with the full set of hair behind me, Mr. David Patrick, a 52 consecutive years of showing Maple Dell Ayrshires here at the Maryland State Fair. Dave, congratulations. Always nice to have you back here and keep them Maple Dell cows coming.
Just the one entry in our Guernsey Junior 2-year-old class. Look at cow, you love the udder on this young cow. Cow has so much veining to her udder, and you love how deep her crease is and the length to her udder attachments. Congratulations.
The first place Guernsey Junior 2-year-old was entry number 381, Warwick Manor Cosmo Dutton. She's sired by Rudder Brothers Latimer's Cosmo, exhibited by Kevin Stolfus of Warwick Manor in East Earl, Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Cow Palace, there was a knife left in the ladies' room in the herdsman's lounge. 3 or 4 inch blade with kind of purple decorations on the outsides.
Just the one entry in our Senior 2 class. Cow's been milking a while, starting to get a little stout, but looks like she could be pretty interesting whenever she calves back in. Congratulations.
You're making your mother proud.
The first place Guernsey Senior 2-year-old, entry 384, Sweetwater Phoebe, sired by Rocky Hill Garrett Sweet Ride, exhibited by Chelsea Davis of Middle Ground in Earlville, Maryland. Once again, we'd like to thank our Guernsey sponsors for special awards that were presented today in no particular order, but the sponsors include Wayne Spurrier, Cletus and Janice Fry, Elsie Wolf, Kitty McKenzie, and Mark and Aaron Kristanovic. To all you herdsmen in the barns, the Supreme Champion is scheduled for 4 o'clock. And we are going to be a little bit early.
A nice pair of cows in her junior 3-year-old class. Her first place cow for me, she's just a little more feminine, a little more dairy through her head and neck and back through her rib structure. Also, when you get to her udder, she's the best udder of the two. Carrying her udder just a little more youthful for me today. But you have to appreciate the quality of both udders on their memory system. Congratulations.
The first place Guernsey junior 3-year-old, entry number 392, Melbourne HP Fiestas Fantasy, sired by Snyder's Gold Dust Activate, exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser. Second was entry 394, Warwick Manor Latimer Delight, exhibited by Kevin Stolfus, Warwick Manor in East Earl, Pennsylvania.
This is the one entry in our senior 3-year-old class. The cow, you love the dairy strength, the sharpness over her shoulder, the spring to her rib, the openness to her rib. When you get to her udder, it's a very youthful udder. Love how balanced and level she is on the floor of her udder, and the excellent veining to her udder. Congratulations. Just a 1-incher in our 5-year-old classic. You have to admire her length and her dairiness and her willingness to milk. A cow that obviously braids back every year, having enough. It hasn't been a big Guernsey cow show in numbers, but the quality's nice out here. Give our Guernsey exhibitors a round of applause. For senior champion of our Guernsey show, I pulled out 4 cows. I pulled out our first place milking yearling, a cow. It's recently fresh. Cow it's still developing and turning into a cow, but you look at her udder and you look at her frame, and it looks like it's very promising for the future of her. Then I pulled out this Junior 2, a cow. It's big in her frame. Cow, it looks like she gives a lot of milk for a 2-year-old. You love the placement of the teats underneath her udder. And I pulled out her first place Junior 3-year-old. A cow, it's very dairy, very long. A cow has a well-attached udder, a very youthful udder. And I pulled out her first place Senior 3. A cow, it's not very big, but a cow, it's very correct. A cow has dairy strength, has a lot of spring and openness to her rib structure, and has a very quality udder. I'm going to go out, give them one last look, and congratulate your senior champion and your reserve senior champion and honorable mention in that order, and then come back and give reasons. The senior champion of your Guernsey show today is going to be this first place Senior 3-year-old. A cow, you love the width to her chest, the dairiness, the openness to her rib structure. A cow walks out on a great set of feet and legs, and you really appreciate the quality and the silkiness to her memory system. For me today, she has a little more depth to her forerib and her rear rib to go over this Junior 3-year-old. I also prefer the quality to her memory system. I feel like the Junior 3 is getting a little full today, and also the length of fore udder on our Senior 3-year-old cow. Then for reserve over honorable mention, the Junior 3 just has the advantage of being a little more mature today, and also having her teats underneath the udder a little nicer. Congratulations, 3 nice cows.
Our senior champion, Guernsey female, is entry number 396, Anna Vidal's Levi Vera. She started Mirador Aaron's Levi out of Too Late Mince Vivian, exhibited by Wayne Spurrier of Anna Vidal Acres in Kemar, Maryland. Our reserve senior champion is entry number 392, Milburn HP Fiesta's Fantasy, starred by Snyder's Gold Dust Activate, exhibited by Caitlin Moser and Haley Jarvis of Thurmont, Maryland. Our honorable mention is entry 378, Walnut Ridge Cap Kendall, also exhibited by Caitlin Moser and Lane Riggleman. Guernsey exhibitors, we're going to do the grand champion. Could we have the junior, reserve junior champion Guernsey in the ring, please? We need to move on a little bit.
We have our junior champions and our senior champions back out here for contention for grand champion of our Guernsey show. Although I do love this pair of heifers out here that were junior champion and reserve, I'm going to stay with our senior champions today for grand and reserve grand champion of our Guernsey show. When you have two nice cows with excellent memory system, don't think you can deny them of winning that award. But congratulations, and thank you for having me judge your show.
Thank you very much, Judge Nash. Our grand champion, Guernsey, is our senior champion, entry 396. Annavadale's Levi Vera, sired by Marador Aaron's Levi. Out of the cow, Two Little Mints Vivian. Bred, owned, and exhibited by Wayne Spurrier of Annavadale Acres. Also the recipient of the award for Best Bred and Owned Guernsey Female presented by the Messick's family. Entry 396, Senior and Grand Champion. Our reserve grand is our reserve senior champion, entry 392, Millborn HP Fiestas Fantasy, exhibited by Haley Jarvis, Caitlin Moser of Thurmont, Maryland. Guernsey exhibitors, bring in your Produce of Dam. Produce of Dam followed by Dam and Daughter, senior best 3, exhibitors heard. Exhibitors in the barn, those of you who have respective breed champions, junior champions, senior champion, grand champions, as well as best bred and owned champions. We expect to start as close to 3:30 as possible with our junior female champions to select our Supreme Junior Female Champion, and then follow with the Supreme Bred and Owned, followed by the Supreme Overall Dairy Breed winners. We have shirts to be worn by all of the leads persons. So if you can be coming up to the showing announcer stand to pick up a shirt, please do so now. We would like everybody, all just the leads person, to wear a similar shirt. Please come up to the announcer stand and pick one up. They're here now. It's only 3 o'clock, so you have plenty of time for that leads person to get up here and pick one up.
Two entries in our Produce a Dam for our Guernsey show. Two very quality entries. Our first place entry has the advantage just being a little more mature. When you have two cows with excellent memory, going to use that for the advantage over the two very nice heifers. Congratulations.
Guernsey Dam and Daughter entries, please. Guernsey Dam and Daughter. Billy Joe Heath. Billy Joe Heath, if you're still on the fairgrounds, please come to the microphone stand. Billy Joe Heath. Hey, when you get a minute, no hurry. Billy?
Two entries in our Dam Daughter class of the Guernsey show. A first place entry just wins on maturity, and you got two dairy cows out here that are both fresh, look like they give a lot of milk, have the advantage over the second place group. Congratulations.
In the produce of dam class and dam and daughter class, first went to Kevin Stolfus, and second in the produce to Kevin Stolfus.
Just the one entry in our breeders herd, but certainly an entry could take a lot of competition. An entry that you have to admire the length, the dairiness, the openness to their rib structure. Congratulations.
The first place Guernsey exhibitors herd was exhibited by Kevin Stolfus. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes our dairy cattle breed shows. We will begin here in the arena at 3:30 with the parade of our junior female champions to select the supreme champion junior female, followed by the best bred and owned champions, followed by our open class 7 breeds of dairy cattle. herdsmen and spectators in the Cow Palace. We are about to begin our Supreme Champion selections, and we would ask that the junior champions be brought to the ringside, to the dock side of the show ring. Please bring your junior champion entries. Line them up in alphabetical order, please, to the dock side of the show ring. We will begin in 5 minutes. At the conclusion of the selection of our Supreme Junior Champion, we will do Best Bred and Owned Champions, followed as a culmination of the show with the open class animals. Once again, Junior Champions, Best Bred and Owned Champions, and open class champions. Hey, David. David, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen of the ringside, welcome to the Supreme Championship of our dairy cattle shows here this afternoon at the Maryland State Fair, 142nd edition. We will begin our Supreme Champions with our junior champions respectively. They will be brought in alphabetically. We will be doing junior champions first, then we will do the our junior champions first, followed by best bred and owned champions, followed by the open class champions to select Supremes. We're very happy to have Mr. Jason Zimmerman from Western New York, who has assisted and placed several breeds of cattle here yesterday and today. Mr. Joe Dash also from New York, who placed our Holsteins and a couple other breeds today and yesterday to serve as our official judges, as they have during the past 2 days. If we are ready, our Ayrshire can be entering the ring. Our junior champion Ayrshire. Our junior champion Ayrshire entering the ring is a fall heifer calf. She being Stalin Reynolds Monroe, sired by Palmyra Lochinver Reynolds, out of the cow KND Endies Burdett Mayhem, owned and exhibited by Leslie and Linda Brucci of Westminster, Maryland, and accompanying her is Ella Campanera, the Maryland Ayrshire Junior Ambassador. Our ambassador is accompanying our Ayrshire Junior Champion, a fall heifer calf, Stalin Reynolds Monroe. Our Brown Swiss Junior Champion is also a fall heifer calf, she being Stalin R. Presley, sired by Carlin Reese's Rampage, her dam North Lanes Braid Present. She is owned and exhibited by Linda and Leslie Brucci of Westminster, Maryland, and being accompanied by Katie Jones, our Upper Chesapeake Dairy Princess. Our Brown Swiss Junior Champion, Stalin R. Presley, owned and exhibited by Linda and Leslie Brucci. Our most recently crowned Guernsey, our junior champion Guernsey, another fall heifer calf. Well, I'm told our fall heifer calf, our Guernsey Junior Champion, Walnut Ridge CR Zippy, sired by Walnut Ridge Novak Crown Royal. Out of Walnut Ridge Pilot Ziggy. Owned and exhibited by Haley Jarvis and Caitlin Moser of Thurmont, Maryland. Accompanied by our Maryland Dairy Princess, Morgan Osborne Watley. Our most correct Holstein Junior Champion, a spring heifer calf, Genesee Altitude Leah, sired by Farm Near Altitude, out of the cow Genesee Delta Lambada, exhibited and owned by Yeager and Walton of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland, and accompanied by Layla Shepard of our South Central Dairy Princes. Our Holstein Junior Champion, spring heifer calf, Genesee Altitude Leah. Next will be our Jersey Junior Champion, another fall heifer calf. She being South Mountain RCD Joel Revel, sired by Guido Joel, out of South Mountain Andrea's Rascal. Owned and exhibited by Glamour View, Alton, Walton, and Yeager of Walkersville, Maryland. Our Jersey Junior Champion, South Mountain RCD Joel Revel, accompanied by Shay Sansula, our Maryland Jersey Queen. Next will be our Milking Shorthorn Junior Champion, she being a winter heifer calf. Her name is Hardcore Sea Ride Rocky Top, sired by Hanneke Sea Ride, out of the cow Hardcore Dutch Rico. Owned and exhibited by Yeager and Walton of Glamour View in Walkersville, Maryland. Accompanied by Katie Jones, our Upper Chesapeake Dairy Princess. Our final junior champion, another fall heifer calf, our red and white Holstein Junior Champion, Miley Warrior Galore. She's sired by Mr. Blondin Warrior, out of the cow Miley Addiction Gladdy. Exhibited and owned by Jesse Lee Muse of Etoll, Kentucky. Our red and white junior champion, Miley Warrior Galore, accompanied by our Maryland Dairy Princess, Morgan Osborne Watley. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes our entries for our Supreme Junior Champion of our 2023 edition of our Dairy Cattle Show here at Timonium, the Maryland State Fairgrounds. These respective animals were judged the best of their breed here yesterday or today, as they represent the junior females of their respective breeds, from which our judges, Mr. Harris, as well as Jason Zimmerman, will select our Supreme Champion Junior Female. In addition to their individual breed awards, the recipient, our Supreme Champion Junior Female, will receive an additional cash award
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to select the Supreme Champion of the Junior Supreme Champion out here today. Let's give all these breeders and exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Just do a quick rundown of the breeds. I know not everybody ringside is maybe familiar with the dairy breeds out here, but you got your Ayrshire Junior Champion in the front here to my left, your Brown Swiss Junior Champion, your Guernsey Junior Champion right here in front of me, your Holstein, black and white Holstein Junior Champion, your Junior Champion Jersey, Milk and Shorthorn, and then your red and white Holstein Junior Champion. Tremendous quality from end to end. Love the length, the balance that all these heifers carry. I think this is quite a lineup. Joe and I were just talking about the quality from end to end that we got to judge here the last 2 days. Really want to thank the breeders and exhibitors for bringing out such tremendous quality. I'll let Mr. Browning go ahead and announce the winner of today's Supreme Junior Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to announce to you the judge's decision. A spring heifer calf, Genesee Altitude Leah. Our junior champion Holstein is our supreme champion, junior champion at the 142nd Maryland State Fair. Congratulations to Craig and Emily Walton and Gene Yeager of Glamourview. Our supreme junior champion, Genesee Altitude Leah, a spring heifer calf exhibited by Glamourview of Walkersville, Maryland.
Well, folks, for us, I think Joe probably said it best earlier. He never thought he'd be at Maryland State Fair or anywhere making a junior champion, your March calf. But this heifer is just lights out unreal. She just has the advantage of that length from end to end, just that flat square rump, and just a beautiful dairy frame, long feminine head and neck. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all our junior champions as well as the others. We appreciate all of you exhibitors bringing these wonderful animals out to put on display here at our Maryland State Fair and your respective breed shows. As soon as we take a picture of the junior champions, we will then go into our best bred and owned females. While we got a second, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce your host here at the Maryland State Fair. Over here on my left, the guy with the weird white hat on, our chairman. All of a sudden he took it off. Our chairman of the board, Mr. Gary Brewster, in his orange shirt. Beside him, no stranger to most of you around the ringside, our president, Ms. Donna Myers. And for a third year on his automatic scooter, our general manager, Andy Cashman. And the guy that really does all the work, David Gordon, but I don't know where he's at. He's at the swine and sheep barn, officiating down there and keeping order. On behalf of all the breeders and showmen, we appreciate you all's support and thank you for hosting us here at the Maryland State Fair. While we're getting lined up here for our best bred and owned, I'd like to personally and on behalf of the fair thank our Assistant Superintendent David Hill and all of the help up here at the desk for the 2 days. His wife Sally, his mother Anita kept me straight for a few years. Laurie Kirk, Susan Summers is behind me back here. without all their assistance and help, our show would not run as efficiently as what it does. And also to the Maryland Holstein Association for having their futurity here. Last night was the 40th 3-year-old Holstein futurity. Coming in the ring now is our best bred and owned animals for each of the breeds, beginning with our Ayrshire. She is a milking fall yearling, Palmyra Ringa B. Rayner, sired by Blue Spruce Ringer, out of the cow Palmyra Burdette P. Rayna, owned and exhibited by Palmyra Farms. Owned and exhibited by Palmyra Farms, our Ayrshire best bred and owned Palmyra Ringa B. Rayna. She is accompanied by Ella Campanera, our Maryland Ayrshire ambassador. Our best bred and owned Ayrshire, Palmyra Ringer B. Rayna. Our best bred brown Swiss is a junior 2-year-old, middle ground candy cake. She's sired by the Rainbow Butterfly Bank, out of the cow DVC Haywire Coffee Cake, owned and exhibited by Helen Davis of Middle Ground in Earlville, Maryland. Our brown Swiss best bred and owned, a junior 2-year-old, accompanied by Layla Shepherd, our South Central Dairy Princess. Our Guernsey best bred and owned is a senior 3-year-old, Anna Vidale's Levi Vera. She is sired by Marador Aaron's Levi, out of the cow Two Little Mints Vivian. She's owned and exhibited by Wayne Spurrier of Anna Vidale Acres in Keymar, Maryland. Our Guernsey best bred and owned is a senior 3-year-old, Anna Vidale's Levi Vera, accompanied by Katie Jones, our Upper Chesapeake Bay Dairy Princess. Our best bred and owned Holstein is a senior 3-year-old, Earhart Undenied Ashley. She is sired by our favorite Undenied, out of the cow Earhart Hypnotic Advance, owned and exhibited by Earhart Farms of Baldwin, Maryland. Our best bred and owned Holstein, a senior 3-year-old, Earhart Undenied Ashley, accompanied by our Maryland Dairy Princess Morgan Osborne Watley. Our Jersey bred and owned is a senior 3-year-old, Dream Valley Kid Rock Tour. She's sired by Mr. Kathy's Kid Rock. Her dam is Dream Valley Temptations Tempe, owned by Michael Bosley and family of Dream Valley Jerseys in Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. Our Jersey bred and owned champion, a senior 3-year-old Dream Rock Valley Kid Rock Tour, accompanied by Shay Sinsula, our Maryland Jersey Queen. David Hill. Our milking shorthorn grand champion, best bred and owned, is a long-time production entrant, she being Daysland Acres Jethro Nora, sired by Innisfail Jethro, out of the cow Daysland Acres Nikki, bred and owned by Katie Stevens of Daysland Acres in Frederick, Maryland. Our champion bred and owned milking shorthorn, accompanied by Layla Shepherd, our South Central Dairy Princess. And our final contestant is our red and white best bred and owned senior 2-year-old, Pheasant Echoes Anna Diana, sired by Mr. Affection Analyst, out of the cow Pheasant Echoes Dier, bred and owned by Pheasant Echoes Farm of Westminster, Maryland. Our champion bred and owned red and white Holstein, a senior 2-year-old, accompanied by Katie Jones, Upper Chesapeake Dairy Princess. This completes our 7 entries. David? Gail, where are you? Gail. Donna Mars. Donna Mars. Gail was over there somewhere. I need her here real quick.
As to not take any more time, as Gail makes her way here, those of you around the ringside may or may not know, but it is my mother's 70th birthday today. So if we could do a quick round of applause and a little happy birthday song for Miss Gail. And I'm not singing on the mic. Let's sing a happy birthday. And we've got cake up here. Whoever wants a piece of cake, come and get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringside, one of our very great supporters of the dairy cattle industry and the livestock industry over the years has been a great person here at the Maryland State Fair. The Maryland State Fair is presenting the Supreme Champion Bred and Owned Cow in memory of Michael Heath. As you all know, Michael was a lifelong Jersey breeder and supporter of all breeds and was a renowned judge and friend to every dairyman that he ever met. His sudden passing a few months ago left the dairy industry with a void that can't be filled. His parents, Betty Joe and Billy Joe, are back here on the stands. Sister Susie is also here today. With this award, we can honor the legacy of Michael Heath. The Maryland State Fair is presenting a $500 award to the winner, and Peace and Plenty Farm and Windsor Manor Farm have donated the trophy in memory of Michael. For many of you, Michael was a exhibitor here as a 4-H'er, a member of the Maryland 4-H Club dairy cattle judging team that went to Madison, Wisconsin. Michael was a student at Virginia Tech, at Hawkeye Tech, excuse me, not Virginia Tech, Hawkeye Tech, attended the University of Maryland, was a renowned fitter of dairy cattle throughout the country, sales manager, and as Billy Joe and I discussed, his tax man called him a cattle broker. And by golly, that's what he was, a cattle broker. Michael has judged in all over the world, South America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, South America, all the countries down there. Many of you may remember that Mindy 482 was one of his favorite cows. Michael's been on the halter of many All-Americans of all breeds. Great supporter. Showed 2 Supreme Champion dairy cows here at the Maryland State Fair. And we certainly miss Michael Heath here at the Maryland State Fair. I'd like to ask all of you, as we observe a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you all very much.
Jason and I are both very honored to be able to be out here and select this in Michael's honor. And I think he'd be very proud of the cows out here and the people out here leading them. I think they're cows that would get him revved up, cows that he'd be on the phone on his way home telling everybody else about. If you want to go ahead and name our champion, I'll go ahead and give you the reasons.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and pleasure to present to you our Supreme Champion, bred and owned dairy cow, a 3-year-old Jersey Dream Valley Kid Rock Tour. Owned and exhibited by the Bosleys of Dream Valley Jerseys in Glen Rock, Pennsylvania.
I think it's only fitting that this cow had Jason and I had both of us wound up like Michael would have been. He would have appreciated her with the muzzle, the width of chest, the length to her frame, that uphill run, the dariness when you get down to her udder. You really have to appreciate the quality to her udder, the levelness to her udder floor, the size and shape to her teats. A beautiful cow. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Dream Valley Jerseys, Michael and Elizabeth Bosley of Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. Our Supreme Champion, bred and owned female, a Jersey 3-year-old Dream Valley Kid Rock Tour. Okay, as the crowd has cleared, our final Supreme Champion class will be for our open class animals that have been crowned this week. We'll begin with our Grand Champion Ayrshire. She is an aged cow, 6 years and over. She being Old Bankston J.C. Banner, sired by Palmyra Berkeley Reagan. Out of the cow, Old Bankston J.C. Bryce Bikini. Owned and exhibited, presented by Walton and Yeager of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Our Grand Champion Ayrshire, Old Bankston J.C. Banker. Accompanied by Ella Campaneri, our Maryland Ayrshire Ambassador. Grand Champion Ayrshire, Old Bankston J.C. Banner. Next will be our Grand Champion Brown Swiss, a 5-year-old cow. She being Siegert's Damien Pineapple, sired by Hilltop Acres B.K. Damien. Out of the cow, Princess B. Priceless. Owned and exhibited by Linda and Leslie Brucey of Westminster, Maryland. Our Grand Champion Brown Swiss, Siegert's Damien Pineapple, being accompanied by Leyland Shepherd, South Carroll Dairy Princess. Our Guernsey Grand Champion is a senior 3-year-old, Anna Vidale's Lexi Vera, sired by Marador Arian Levi. Out of the cow, Two Light Mints Vivian. Owned and exhibited by Wayne Spurrier of Anna Vidale Acres in Keymar, Maryland. Our Grand Champion Guernsey, Anna Vidale's Levi Vera, being accompanied by Morgan Osborne Watley, our Maryland Dairy Princess. Next will be our Holstein Grand Champion, an aged cow over 6. She being Underground Adeline, sired by Lackey Awesome. Out of the cow, Underground Angel Allegra. Owned and exhibited by Yeager and Walton, Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Our Grand Champion Holstein. She is being accompanied by Katie Jones, our Upper Chesapeake Dairy Princess. Next will be our Jersey Grand Champion. She's a 5-year-old, being Dulette Victorious Bagel. She's sired by Rivers Valley Victorious. Out of the cow, Dulette Joel Brochet. Owned and exhibited by Yeager and Walton of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Our Jersey Grand Champion, Dulette Victorious Bagel, accompanied by Shay Sinsula of our Maryland Jersey Queen. Our Milking Shorthorn Grand Champion is a Milking Yearling class winner and Grand Champion, Hardcore Sea Ride Rhea, sired by Hankinson Sea Ride. Her dam is Hardcore Orelli. She is owned and exhibited by Yeager and Walton of Glamourview in Walkersville, Maryland. Our Milking Shorthorn Grand Champion, Hardcore Sea Ride Rhea, accompanied by Layla Shepherd, our South Central Dairy Princess. And finally is our red and white Holstein Grand Champion, a 5-year-old Mrs. Avalanche Avon. She is sired by Dimethahome Mr. Avalanche. Out of the cow, Greenlee Ad Avery. She is owned and exhibited by J.C. Miller of Pheasant Echoes Farm in Westminster, Maryland. A red and white Grand Champion, Mrs. Avalanche Avon, accompanied by Morgan Osborne Watley, our Maryland Dairy Princess. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes our entries for our Supreme Champion Senior Dairy Cow. at our 2023 edition of the various dairy shows here at the 142nd Maryland State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, this is the culmination of our dairy shows here at the Maryland State Fair, where we have the various 7 breed grand champions from which our judges will select our supreme champion dairy cow here at our show. Most all of these animals that are here in the ring will be participants at upcoming national shows in the fall and will represent their breeds extremely well. There's approximately 500 dairy cattle that have went through the rings here yesterday and today, and each one of these represent the very best of their respective breeds.
What an incredible group we have back out here for Supreme Champion of our Maryland State Fair. If you would, give them a great big Maryland Pride round of applause. When you go down the line, each breed champion, you're just blown away by them, the quality cattle that are going to go on and do great things throughout the fall. You want to go ahead and announce our champion? I'll continue to give reasons on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's a privilege and honor to present to you the supreme champion of our dairy show here at the Maryland State Fair, Underground Adeline, a aged Holstein cow, owned and exhibited by Yeager and Walton of Glamourview.
Like I said, an incredible group out here, and not to take anything away from the rest of the cows out here that were grand in their breed, but for us today, this Holstein cow was the most true type model cow out here for us. Also a cow that you love the breed character of, and you watch her walking around the couch, you appreciate how much symmetry she has. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Craig and Emily and Gene Yeager, Supreme Champion Holstein, Underground Adeline. Also, we'd like to express our appreciation to Mr. Joe Nash and Jason Zimmerman for placing our animals here. To all you exhibitors, herds people, owners, friends, thank you all very much for your participation in our fair and these various shows. On behalf of the breed organizations, as well as the Maryland State Fair, best wishes to all of you in the upcoming shows. We certainly hope that you will consider the Maryland State Fair in 2024 to participate once again. Thank you very much to all of the dairy crew, to Robert Coe, our expert ringman, and all of the people, the management, staff, the Maryland State Fair for their cooperation and their guidance. With that, this concludes our dairy cattle show for our open division. I invite you all back Saturday, Sunday, and Monday here in the Cow Palace. You have seen our open class animals. Please come back and witness our junior exhibitors, our 4-H and FFA exhibitors, as they present to you the best of their breeds. There are many other exhibits, species here on the fairgrounds for you spectators and visitors to view. We hope that you will make them available to you. And of course, thoroughbred racing will be going on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday here at the Big T. Thank you all very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your stay here today at Timonium and have a safe trip home.